Hello friends! Today we are gonna create a full-stack Pinterest application using React, Node.js and MongoDB. This is the home page. We can see all the posts and we can save them. And when we fetch them from the database, we are gonna be using infinite scrolling. So it's gonna increase the page speed and the user experience. Let's choose a post. Using this unique ID, we'll fetch the single post. We can like, save the post, and see all these comments. Let's write a comment, and here we can choose an emoji. If I enter, I can see my comment here, and I can delete it. Let's see the profile page. We can follow or unfollow the user, and here you can see all the collections the user has created. And when I click here, it shows all the user posts. If I choose a collection, it will open the search page and fetch all the items in that collection. We can also use this search input. When I press enter, it will fetch data using this keyword. Let's create a new post. We can choose an image, and we can open the image editor using this button. In this editor, we can change the orientation and the canvas size. And if the canvas size is bigger than the image, we can change the background color. And here I can add a text. I can change the font size and the text color. I can also change the position of this text. After editing, I'm gonna click here and add a title, description. We can choose a board or create a new one, and we can add tags. Let's publish, and it's here. It's a great project to improve your full stack skills. First, we'll design our application from scratch, and this design will be responsive. Then we'll create a backend API using Node.js and MongoDB. For the authentication, we'll implement JSON Web Token and send it to the client as a cookie. And after the login process, we'll use that cookie for each request to ensure security and user authorization. You'll also learn data fetching and mutations, React state management, various types of React events, and more. If you want to see more React projects, don't forget to like the video and let me know in the comments what other projects you want to see in the next one. So if you are ready, let's get started. Okay, let's open our editor and install a React application. But before, I'm gonna create here two folders. The first one will be the backend, and the second one will be the client, which is our React application. Later, we are gonna set up our backend server, but for now, let's take care of the client side. I'm gonna open my terminal and the client folder. And if you want to, you can install React by writing npm create with. But if you do that, it's gonna create tons of unnecessary files and styles, and you will have to upload all the images that we are gonna be using during this tutorial. So I recommend you use my GitHub repository. You can find the link in the description. And here we have the starter branch. And inside this branch, we have all the images. We have the ESLint configuration. And inside the source folder, as you can see, it's an empty project. So we are gonna create everything from scratch. And at the end of the video, I'm gonna create here one more branch, and it's gonna be the completed version of our application. So if you get stuck or have any problem, you can check that branch. By the way, this is an open source project. You can use it wherever you want. So I would appreciate if you could give a star for this project. After doing that, you can clone this project. But the better way is using this fork and create your own repository. So if you make any changes, you can push it to your own repository As you can see, this is my test account. I'm gonna create fork. You can push your changes to your own GitHub repository, so it will be easier to see your progress. And after that, copy your link. Of course, I'm gonna be using my main account. I will come here, copy, and I'll say git clone. I'm gonna paste my link. I'll install everything inside this folder. So I'll say dot and enter. Okay, they are here. Right now we can install our dependencies. npm install. And we are ready to start our application. npm run dev. Okay, our application runs on this port number. Let's copy this and open. And it's here. Let's open Pinterest. And let's design our homepage. After that, we are going to create different pages. But for now, let's create our main components and design this homepage. Firstly, we are going to create this left bar, this top bar, and the gallery component. So let's come here. I will close this terminal. And inside the source folder, I'm going to create one more folder. And it's going to be components. I'm going to create my first component, left bar, and inside left bar.jsx, which is our component, and the CSS file. I'm going to create my component quickly. As you can see, it automatically imports our CSS file and give here a class name. If you don't know how I am using this shortcut, you can visit my snippets GitHub repository. It will be in the description and you can see all the shortcuts I am using. Okay, let's do the same thing for the others. I'm gonna create a new folder, top bar, and the component, and the CSS. I'll do exactly the same thing here. And one more, and it's gonna be gallery. JSX. And CSS. Okay, so let's use them on our homepage, which is app.jsx. I'm gonna delete here. Firstly, I'm gonna call my left bar component, and after, I'm gonna create a container, let's say content. And inside, we are gonna have the top bar and the gallery. And I'm gonna give here a class name, and it's gonna be app. So basically, we are gonna have two sections, the left and the right, and they are gonna be horizontal, so we can use flexbox. I will open my app CSS here, close this menu, and I will say app display flex, and the gap between the left and the right side will be 16 pixels. By the way, let's say with 100%. So it's gonna contain the entire screen. And right now they are horizontal. Let's give a color for our content and we can see better. So I will say content, background color. Let's use this one. As you can see, it ends here, but in the real application, it should contain the entire parent. To do that, we can use flex1, just like that. And I'm gonna give a space here. Let's check. As you can see, there's a space. And it's gonna be 16 again. Just like that. Let's take care of the left bar items. We are gonna have two sections, the top section and the bottom. And inside we are gonna add our links. So So I will come back, close everything here, and open my left bar. And the CSS here. And inside, let's create our top section, menu icons. And inside, I'm gonna create a link and my icon. Let's check our public folder. Inside the general folder, we have all the icons and the logos. And inside these pins, we are gonna have some example images. So let's use our logo inside the general folder. It's here. Just like that. Okay, we are gonna give a size, but before I'm gonna add my other icons. Let's close this menu and create the other items. Here is gonna be home.svg, create, updates, and messages. I can delete this one. Okay, awesome. And for the bottom, we are gonna have a single icon. So I can copy this and paste it here. Let's give a class name for our links. And they are gonna be menu icon. Okay. Let's give a style. I'm gonna copy my main container. Firstly, I'm gonna be using flexbox, but this time they are gonna be vertical. So flex direction will be column. As you can see, the first item and the second item, let's separate them. Justify content space between. Of course, we should have a height here, and it's gonna contain all our screen. So I'll say 100 VH, just like that. As you can see, they are separated, and I can center them vertically. Align item center, and perfect. And in the real application, when I scroll down, as you can see, it always stays here. So we can use position sticky. And its position will be top 0. It's not gonna change. And again, in the real application, its size never changes. Let's open our console. And as you can see, in any case, it has a certain size. So I will come here. And somewhere here, I can write my size. Okay. I can give some padding. On the y-axis, it's gonna be 16. On the x-axis, for the left and right, it's gonna be 0. And we have a border here. Let's create border right, 1 pixel, solid, and this gray color. Just like that. Let's do the same thing for this top container. All these items will be vertical. So I'm gonna choose menu icons, display flags, flags direction column, align item center, and I'm gonna give gap between each item, just like that. And when we hover over, we should change the background color. So I'm gonna choose menu icon here. Firstly, let's give a width and height. I'm gonna center my items inside. And when we hover over, we are gonna change the background color. Let's choose this color. Okay. What about this logo? I'm gonna come here and give here my class name. It's gonna be logo. And I'm gonna give my sizes. And that's all. What about the top section? Again, we are going to have two sections, the left and the right side. On the left, we are going to have the search input, and on the right, we are going to have the user information and this button. Let's come back. By the way, I can remove my content background color. We don't need this anymore. Right now, I can close everything and open my top bar. Firstly, I'm going to create my search bar. Let's say search and user. And inside, let's see what we are going to have. This icon and the search input. So I'll say image. Again, the general folder, search.svg. And after input is going to be a text. I'm going to give a placeholder and let's say search. I'm going to give my class name search. And here I'm going to create a different component. And inside that component, we are going to check if we are authenticated or not. If we don't have any user, we are going to create here a link, and it's going to be our login and sign up links. So let's open our menu here and create a new component. I'll say user button, the folder and the JSX file, and the CSS file. Okay, let's use it here, just like that. Before this user button, let's take care of our main container and the search bar. Firstly, I'm going to give some margin, 16 to 0. Again, display flags, they are going to be horizontal. And gap between our search bar and the user icon will be 16 pixels. What about search bar? Again, it's going to contain the entire div here. Remember what we are using. I'll say flex1. And I'm going to give a background color. Again, let's use the same color, this gray color. And I'm going to give a border radius. I'm going to give a padding inside. And again, we can separate our icon and this search input. So I'll say display flags, align item center, and gap between each item will be 16 pixels. Just like that. And we will do exactly the same thing for the input. It's going to contain the entire parent component here. So I'll say search and input. So again, flex1, and I'm going to change this white color and this outline. So let's say background color transparent. We are not going to see the white background anymore. I'm going to delete the border and the outline. And the font size will be bigger. Just like that. What about this button? Let's come here. Close everything, open our user button and the CSS file. And firstly, I'm going to create here a temporary user. Let's say current user. I'm going to be using true or false for now. After implementing the authentication, we are going to be using the authenticated user information, but for now, for the test purpose, it can stay like that, because as I said, if there is no user, we are just going to use here a link. If there is a user, we are going to be using this image and this button. So I'm going to come here and say, if current user exists, return something. If not, return something else. And here is going to be the user button div. We are going to have the user image. For now, I'm going to be using no avatar.png. And one more, and it's going to be our icon. arrow.svg. And here, I'm gonna create a link and login or sign up. Let's give a link and a class name. Okay. Our image and icon here. If I say false, we are gonna see this link. Let's change here and after give our style. I'm gonna come here. As we always do, I'm gonna be using display flex, item center, and gap between the user image and the icon will be 16 pixels. Let's choose our image. I'm gonna give a width and height. Border radius will be 100% because it's gonna be a circle, and object width will be cover. Of course, let's make this true again. Okay, awesome. What about this SVG? I'm gonna create here a class name, user button, class name, and here I'll say cursor pointer so we can click and its size will be smaller. Just like that. And if we don't have any user, we can use this link. I'm just gonna increase the font size, give some padding, and the border radius will be 32 pixels. Because when we hover over, we are gonna change the background. And it's gonna be, again, this gray color. Okay, awesome. Let's get back to our user. And right now, when I click on this button, we are gonna show the user options here. So inside this div, I'm gonna create a div and the class name will be user options. The first option, let's say profile, settings, and logout. Of course, at the beginning, it's not gonna be visible and it's gonna be visible only when we click here. To do that, we can use a useState hook. Again, I'm gonna be using my shortcut, useState. I'm gonna enter. Let's import. And it's gonna be open and set open. At the beginning, it's gonna be false. And when we click on this arrow button, we are gonna open our options. So I will say on click event, we are gonna set our state. Let's take the previous value and write here the opposite. So if it's false, it's gonna be true. So we can see our options. I'm gonna write a condition here if it's open. Otherwise, we are not gonna see. Let's click. As you can see, it's here. If I click again, it's gone. Of course, its position should be somewhere here. So we can use position absolute. I'm gonna copy this class name. And here, I'll say position absolute. And remember, if you are using position absolute, the parent div should be position relative. The parent of this div is user button. So I'm gonna come here and position relative. Okay, let's give our position here. The right will be 0, the top will be 100%. I'm gonna give some padding, border radius 8 pixels. The background color will be white. I'm gonna give a z index because it should be over everything. Let's separate our items. And the font size will be smaller. Just like that. I can give a border here or a box shadow. 4 pixels, 1 pixel, and it's gonna be black. But of course, I'm gonna change its opacity. I don't wanna make it too dark. Something like that. Okay. Maybe I can change the top position. 120. Okay, it's much better. And for each option, I can give cursor pointer and a background. So I'll say user option. I'm gonna give some padding and a border radius. And when we hover over, I'm gonna change the background color. And the text color will be gray. Okay. And if our screen is smaller, let's shrink our page. And somewhere here, as you can see, it's overflowing. To prevent this, we can remove our user button and we can show our options here. By the way, this icon should be settings. Let's open our left bar. Okay. So I'm gonna create here a media query. And I'm gonna write my condition here. And the maximum width will be 475 pixels, which is a mobile screen. In this case, the user button will be display none. So we are not gonna see it, just like that. Okay. So right now we can take care of our gallery. Let's see here. I'm gonna close this console. And as you can see, we have different sizes of images. Some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller, some of are vertical, and the others are horizontal. So we can use here a grid system. We are gonna have 7 columns. And if I open my console again, as you can see, 6 columns, 5, here is 3, here is 4, and 2. It doesn't have column 1, but I think we can use column 1 here because it looks a little bit weird. So I will come here and open my gallery component. Let's close everything and open our JSX and CSS files. And firstly, I'm gonna create here a temporary data. After creating our backend, we are gonna fetch our posts, but for now, we can use this array. As you can see, each item has an ID, a media link, and the size of the media, width and height. So we can use it here. I'll say items array, and for each item inside, we are gonna return a div. Actually, we can create a new component for each item. I'll say gallery item. And the component, JSX, and the CSS. Let's create our component and use it here. Gallery item. Okay, it's not coming. Let's import here. Just like that. Okay, I realized that this is not for importing or exporting, it's about the key, because if you are using a map, you should use here a unique key, and it's gonna be item.id, because remember, each item has a unique ID here. Okay, so let's take our item as a prop. I'll open my gallery item and take my prop here and use my image here. It's gonna be item.media. I'm gonna save and let's give our style. So I'm gonna create my grid system. The gallery display will be grid template columns. We are gonna have 7 columns and gap between each item will be 16 pixels. Okay, we have 7 items and space between them, but the sizes of the images are too big. So let's open our gallery item CSS and I'm gonna choose the images and width will be 100%. I'll give border radius and the object width will be cover. Just like that. But as you can see, each row item starts on exactly the same point. But in our example, let me make this bigger. We are gonna start the next item right after the first one. To do that, we are gonna need our image height. Remember, it's inside our list items. We have the width and height. We can use them. So I'm gonna come here and use an inner style. And I will say grid row end. Firstly, I'm gonna write and after I'm gonna explain. Span, I'm gonna be using math cl item.height divided by 100. Of course, to use this, our gallery item should be display flags. And let me explain what's going on here. Basically, grid row end is a CSS property that controls where our item ends in the grid on the vertical axis. By default, all our items span just one row, but if you want to use a Masonry style grid system, just like Pinterest, some of our items are taller than others, so we can change this span. Let's make here a calculation and you are going to understand better. Let's say our height is 1200. Here is going to be 12 and our items will span 12 rows. If the size is 600, here is going to be 6. In this case, this image will span only 6 rows. I'm going to come here and set a default size for the rows, grid auto rows, and 10 pixels. Let's open our app, and as you can see, it looks as we exactly want. Okay, and right now we can take care of the responsiveness. For the smaller screen, we are gonna see 6 items. So I can create my media query here. Media, maximum width. I'm gonna choose my item here and change the column size. I'm gonna copy this and this time it's gonna be 6. Let me make this bigger. And what about this breakpoint? When we design a website, we are generally using a common breakpoint here, like 1024, 1216, but Pinterest doesn't follow this rule. Let's see. At the beginning, we have the 7 columns, but here, as you can see, we have 6 items. I cannot go more, but if you check this on Firefox, you are gonna see that the breakpoint is 1746. Let's shrink more. Still 6. And here, for 15.9, as you can see, we are gonna have 5 items. 15.10, 6, 15.9, 5. So our breakpoint will be 15.9 pixels. In this case, it's gonna be 5. Let's write the others. 4, 3, 2, and as I said, Pinterest doesn't use 1, but we are going to be using, and it's going to be our mobile screen. And let's check the others. I'm going to check one more, and after I'm going to write the others. As you can see, still 5. In this point, we are using 4 items, and our breakpoint is 1272. 1273 is 5, and 1272 is 4 items. I'm gonna write the others. If you want to, you can check them. Just like that. Let's see. I'm gonna shrink my page. And perfect. And as you can see, one item looks much better. As I said, 2 items are too small. I think ours is better. Okay. So we have our home page. Right now we can create the other pages. Let's see our pages here. I'm gonna close this console. And when we click on any item here, it's gonna show this single page, pin and the pin ID. And also we are gonna have this create page that we can add a new pin. And finally, we are gonna create our authentication page. If we are not authenticated, we won't be able to see this page. Instead, it's gonna redirect us to login page. We can enter our credentials, sign in, and after we can create a new one. But there is something important here. For the create page, for the single page, and for the home page, or this search page, we are gonna have exactly the same layout, this left bar and the top bar. But for the login page, we are not gonna see these common components. We are just gonna have a container that includes our form. So basically, we are gonna use different layouts for different pages. Firstly, let me show you how to create pages. I will come here, close everything, open my menu, and right now, I can close my components, and this time we are gonna create our pages. Let's say pages or routes, and inside we are gonna have the home page. We are gonna do exactly the same thing here, the component name and the CSS. Another page will be the post page. Another one, create page. And finally, login page, or let's say auth page, because we can also create users. Okay, let's close them and let's see how to use our pages. For this URL, we are going to be using our home page. For the single post page, we are going to be using pin and the post ID. As you can see, it still shows our app component. For the create page, we are going to be using this link. And finally, auth. To use different pages for different URLs, we are going to be using React Router. reactrouter.com. It's one of the most popular React libraries. It basically allows us to navigate through different components. Let's see the documentation. I'm going to choose the latest version, which is 7.1.5. If you see here a different number, don't worry, just check the documentation and you'll see how easy to use it. Firstly, let's see the installation. But as you can see, this is the framework. we are going to be using the library. We already have our React application. We are just going to be using the routing library. Let's install. I'll open my terminal, create a new one, npm install React router. And firstly, we are going to wrap our application with this provider. So let's come back, open our index file. In the source folder, I'm going to find the main.jsx and wrap my application. Just like that. Let's import. I'm just going to copy this and paste here. And let's see how to use it. As you can see, inside the router, we are going to create our routes. For example, in this route, it uses the home page, this home URL, and it basically means when visit this URL, return me this element, which is the app component. But remember, we created our pages, so we can use here the home page. And for the other pages, we can use different items. Let's do that and you are going to understand better. I'm going to copy this. And instead of this app, we are going to be using our own route. Let's import routes and route. For the homepage, we are going to be using the homepage component. Let's see. Okay, we have the component, but it's not importing. So let's import here. Actually, I can change this one. Homepage, routes, homepage, and the homepage. Let's see. I'm gonna visit my main directory, and as you can see, the homepage. I can do the same thing for the others. We are gonna have the create page. Let's import. And we are going to have the post page. But remember, we are using here a pin and a specific post ID. To do that, we can use here a colon and the ID. Let's see. Create the create page. And if I say pin and any number, and as you can see, post page. It's that easy. And we are going to have the auth page. And I'm going to create two more pages. The first one will be search page. And the other will be user profile page. And the CSS. Okay, let's use them here. And this time we can directly use our dynamic username. Let's see the application. If I choose any item here and the profile, as you can see, the username and the user page. And one more, and it's going to be the search page. Okay, I can close this terminal, and right now we can create our layout. Because as I said, we are going to keep seeing this top bar and the left bar, but for the auth page, we are not going to see them. Actually, you can use them for the authentication page also, but I just want to show you how to use different layouts. So I'm going to come here, inside the routes, let's say layouts and main layout.jsx. And remember, inside our app.js, we were using this layout. So I'm gonna copy here and paste it here. Remember, we are not using this app.js anymore. So I'm gonna import my components. And let's also paste our CSS. Just like that. And right now, instead of this gallery, we are going to be using React Router outlet. It basically represents our pages. It can be the home page, profile page, single post page. And if we use this layout on our router, it's going to automatically change this outlet component. We don't need this gallery anymore. I'm going to remove, open my router, and right now I'm going to create here a route. And the element will be the main layout. And it's gonna cover all our items here except for this auth. So right now, inside this outlet, we'll be able to use different items. Of course, it's a component just like that. Let's see. As you can see, the single post page, the home page, create, but if I write here auth, you are gonna see that our layout doesn't apply here because it's independent. So this is how we are using the new React Router. So I can close everything here. Right now, inside the home page, we can directly use our gallery. Let me just quickly import. Let's see our home page, and perfect. So we don't have to write the left and the top bar for each item again and again. Just create your layout, and for this content, we are going to be using our pages. I can do the same thing for the search page. We are going to see our gallery here. But of course, we are going to have some search params, and using those params, we are going to fetch different items. But for the test purpose, it can stay like that. And right now, let's take care of our overlay here. When I hover over, as you can see, it shows here a button that we can save this item. On the right bottom, we have two items here, two icons. And when I click on this overlay, it opens this single page. Let's do that. I'm gonna open my gallery item and the CSS. Let's close this menu and the other items here. And here, I'm gonna create a link. By the way, after installing React Router, instead of the anchor tag, we are gonna be using React Router link. I don't know why they are not coming, but anyway, sometimes happens. Link from React Router. Right now we are going to be using 2 instead of href, and it's going to open our single page. Remember, pin and the item ID. Since we have the item here, we can use its ID, and this is going to be our overlay. We don't need anything inside, so I can delete here. Basically, it's going to be this dark part. When we click, it's going to open our post page. What about this button and these ones? Let's create a button. I'll say save. Save button. And for the others, I can create a new div, and inside 2 buttons. And inside each button, we are going to create an image. General share.svg. I'm gonna do the same thing here, but they are gonna be just buttons. We are not gonna have any class name. Let's give a class name for the parent. Overlay icons. I'm gonna save, and let's take care of our items here. At the beginning, we are not gonna see our overlay, so I will say display none. I will do the same thing for the save button and the overlay buttons. And only when we hover over, we are gonna see them. They are still here because not buttons, icons. Okay. Right now, when we hover over, they are gonna be visible. So let's say gallery item, the parent, and when we hover over this parent, we are gonna choose the overlay, and the display will be block. Let's do the same thing for the others. Save button and icons. Let's see. Okay, awesome. Right now I can give position absolute, so we can see them on this image. For this overlay, position will be absolute. And remember, if you are using absolute, the parent should be relative. It's gonna be exactly the same size. I'm gonna give my positions. And the background color will be black, but I'm gonna reduce the opacity. Let's say 0.3. And the border radius will be again 16 pixels. Just like that. What about those items? For the save button, I'm gonna give my background color. It's gonna be this red color. The font color will be white. Border radius will be 24 pixels. I'm gonna give some padding from top and bottom, left and right. Font weight will be bigger, and the cursor will be pointer. I'm gonna be using maximum content, and I can give its position. Actually, I can do this here, or to not repeat ourselves, we can use them together. Just like that. So we don't need them anymore. And I can write my position here. I'm gonna give the top and the right, and do the same thing for those icons. Position absolute. This time its position will be bottom 16 and the right 16. I'm gonna separate my items using display flags. Gap between each item will be 8 pixels. And for each button here, let's choose our parent and choose the buttons. I'm gonna give a specific size because they are gonna be circle. Border radius 100%. Background color will be white. Let's center our icons inside this div. Align item center, justify content center. And I'm gonna delete the border and cursor pointer. Okay, they are still here. We are gonna take care of them, but before, let's give size for our icons and get rid of this border here. I'm gonna choose my buttons again and the image inside. I'm gonna give the size. By the way, here is gonna be more SVG. And when we hover over, We are going to change the background color. Okay, they are still here because we are using nested items. So instead of this, let's say display none. Let's move this here. And when we hover over, it's going to be absolute. And they are going to be display block. Okay, awesome. So we finished our home page, but there is something important here. On our image list, we have the original sizes, but for the home page, we are actually showing smaller images. So using here the original sizes can be expensive. Let's inspect one of these images. Let me make this bigger and zoom in. And as you can see, even if we render a small image, we use here the original size. This size is not a big deal, but our application is all about images. So each user will scroll and see hundreds of images, and that will require a huge amount of resource. To prevent that, we need to resize our images according to page type. For the home page and the search page, we are going to show small images. And for the single post page, let me actually show it here. We are going to show a bigger image, but again, it's not the original size. Only when we click here, we are going to show the original image. And also, for the home page, we'll be using lazy loading, and if the user's connection is slow, initially lower quality version of the images will be shown, and then the original image will load. And all these optimizations will save us lots of bandwidth and also increase the user experience. To do that, we are going to be using ImageKit. It basically allows us to upload, store, and optimize our media, and it has a really generous free tier, so you can store tons of images for free. And also, it allows us to transform our images and videos in real time. We can resize our media simply by changing its URL, just like this. Additionally, we can adjust the quality, we can add a text or logo, and take advantage of many other features. If you don't have an account, click the link in the description and create. After, you can see your dashboard. And here, I'm gonna choose the library, and let's create our folders here. Remember, on our application, we have the general folder, and the pins folder. When we upload a new pin, we are gonna see it inside this folder. So right now, instead of using those items, we can use our ImageKit library. So I'm gonna take them and move inside this folder. And I will do the same thing for the pins. Let me grab all my images and move them here. I'm gonna upload. And right now we can install our library. Let's see how to use it. I'm gonna open the documentation. You can use it pretty much everywhere. I'm gonna choose React. We already have the application. I'm just gonna install this library. Let's actually close everything and this menu and install our library. And after that, we can render our images. So we are gonna need this image component. Let's copy this, open our gallery item, and import our component. By the way, there is an error because we are using React 19. Soon it will not be a problem, but for now, when you install your dependencies, just use the F flag here. And right now, I can close this terminal and use my ImageKit component here. So instead of this image, we are going to be using this image component. And inside, we are going to pass the URL endpoint and the image path. So I can use here item.media. Remember, inside our list items, we have the folder name and the image name. And since we are using exactly the same image name and the folder name, we won't have any problem. And for this URL endpoint, I'm going to create an env file inside the client, new file, .env. Let's say with underscore URL ImageKit endpoint. Let's take this from our dashboard. I'm gonna scroll down, developer options, and as you can see, it's here. Let's copy and paste it here. Basically, using this endpoint, it's gonna find our media library, and using this path, it's gonna show the image. I'm gonna be using here my env variable, import meta env, and the variable name. Let's see right now, and as you can see, they are still here. I'm gonna refresh, and perfect. Let's inspect. As you can see, we are using our ImageKit library, but the problem is we are still using the original image size. And let's see how to manipulate our images. I'm gonna open my documentation. And we can pass here any width and height, but it's just gonna change the canvas size. If you want to reduce the image size, you can use transformation. Let's choose here image manipulation. As you can see, we are gonna be using this object and pass here our width and height. Let's test it. By the way, we can give here any description. Let's see. And right now, the quality is lower because we are actually using smaller images. If I hover over, you are gonna see that the image size is 200. And right now, the file size is just 9 kilobytes. Let's open our image here. As you can see, we are just changing the URL here. If you want to, you can just give width. You can give here any number you want. You can also change the quality. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll down. Again, we are gonna be using transformation object, and inside this array, we are gonna add the quality percentage. And it's gonna add this string to our image URL and change the image in real time. You can also crop images, rotate, and add a text or logo. But I'm gonna show them later when we upload images. Another important point is lazy loading. As I said, we are gonna show our images only when they are needed. To do that, we are gonna be using lazy loading. And also, if the user connection is slow, they are gonna see the lower quality version of the image at the beginning. To do that, we are gonna be using low quality image placeholder. Let's come back. Firstly, I'll say lazy loading, and after low quality image placeholder. It's going to be active and the quality will be, let's say, 20%. Let's change here. For now, I'm going to use 500. Later, we are going to change. But firstly, I want to show you how it works. Let's come back, refresh our page. And as you can see, at the beginning, it shows the lower quality images and after the original ones. So right now, our application will be much faster. But how we are going to decide this number? To do that, let's open our console and try to find the biggest size of a single image. And in this point, remember, this is our breakpoint, and here our image has the biggest possible size, because for other screens, they are going to be always smaller. So for the home page, we can use this size, this image size, and this number is 372. I'm gonna save. And right now, all sizes will be exactly the same. If I inspect, you are gonna see that it's 372 and the file size is smaller. Okay, so we can do exactly the same thing for other images. We can use our image component, but instead of writing exactly the same things again and again, let's create a new component here. I'll say image.jsx. I'll create my component. Actually, we don't need any CSS. And let's move our image here. I'm gonna cut and paste it here. Let's import our component. Right now, we are gonna get the props, image path. We can have the description, class name. We can have the width and height. And let's use them here. Height and width. Description here is going to be lazy loading and lower quality image placeholder. Of course, we can also use the class name. Just like that. So right now we can use our image component here. Just like that. I'm gonna pass my path, which is item.media. You can give any description. The width will be 372. We can give our height. If you remember, inside each item, we have the width and height. And using the new width, we can calculate our new height. Remember, it's always 372. So I'm gonna come here and let's say const optimized height. The new width multiplied by item.height divided by item.width. So we can use this here. We don't need this anymore. And right now, we use the optimized version of our images, and also we avoid the layout shift because we are using certain sizes and our images are lazy loading. Okay, perfect. Let's use our component for other items. I will open my top bar. Instead of this image, let's call our image component. And instead of source, let's say path. I'm gonna copy here, open my left bar, and change them. Let's import. Okay. Let's open our other items like user button. Let's move this here and change our source. And here, And what else? That's all, I think. We have here icons. Let's open our gallery item and change them. Okay, that's all. Right now, our application is much faster. All our images are optimized. So let's take care of the single post page. Let's see. I'm gonna close here and here. We are gonna have here a container. And the first half of this container will be the image, and the second half will be the post information. We'll have here the post interactions, comments, and the command input. And also we have here the button that we can turn back. Let's create. I'm gonna come here, close everything, and open my post page. Let's close this menu. So let's create our container here, post container, and inside post image, and one more div, and let's say post details. Inside, I'm gonna pass my image. Let's add our first image. After, we are gonna fetch our post, but for now, it can stay like that. And I'm gonna give here a specific width. Let's import this, by the way. Let me just copy and paste. Of course, we don't have the width we are gonna add, but let me check the original website. If I right click and open this image, you are gonna see that its width is 736 pixels. And it uses exactly the same number for each item. Let's see. As you can see. And for the big images, it always uses this number, 1200. So let's do the same thing. 736. Just like that. And for the right side, we are gonna have the post interactions. Let's create a new component for this. I can close these routes and all these components and create a new one. Post interactions. JSX and CSS. Let's create our component quickly and use it here. I will close my menu, and after this interaction, we are going to have the user information. So let's use link. For now, let's say John. The link comes from React Router. And inside, we are going to have the user image and the user name. Let's create another image. For now, I'll say no avatar.png. Of course, our folder name first. And after, I'm going to create a span, John Doe. Let's give here a class name, post user. And after that, we are going to have the comments component. Let's create. After this this link, I'm going to be using comments. Let's see. Okay, they are here. Let's enter our container and separate our items. I will come here, post page, display flags, justify center, And remember, we'll also have here this icon. To do that, I'm just going to be using here an SVG. We didn't add this to our library. Let me just copy and paste. Later, I'm going to add this, but for now, we can use it like that. And let's separate those items. Gap will be 32. Just like that. So I'm going to give a specific width for our container. Post container. Let's say 70%. Display will be flex. I'm going to give a border. And the border radius will be 32 pixels. I'm going to give overflow hidden. I'm using this because of this border radius. So our image is not going to be overflowing. And in our example, the left and the right sizes are equal. So for the post image, I'll say flex 1, and I will do the same thing for the post details. I can give here a background color. And I'm going to choose my image. And the width will be 100%, height will be 100%, and the object fit will be cover. Just like that. But if the image is too big, this component will be really long. To prevent this, you can give here any maximum height. Okay, let's take care of our user information. Firstly, let's say height 100% and separate our items. To do that, we can use flex direction column, gap between each item, and I'm going to give some padding, 16 pixels. And again, overflow hidden. And for the post user, I'm going to separate my items, let's say 8 pixels. And I'm going to choose my user avatar. Let's give our size. And the border radius will be 50% or 100% because it's going to be a circle. Let's reduce this font size. I'm going to choose the span, 14 pixels. Let's use a breakpoint. Let's see our example here. I'll open the console. And here, as you can see, it changes the flex direction. So I'll say media query. Maximum width will be 751. And the post container will be flex direction column. And also, at this point, as you can see, it changes the size of the container. So I'm going to create one more. Write my breakpoint. And I'm going to change its width. Remember, it was 70%. This time it's going to be 100%. But remember, we have a margin here. Let's see. I'm going to open my console. At the beginning, 70%, 100%, and flex direction column. Okay, awesome. So let's take care of the interactions. I'm going to close my console, and here we are going to have two sections. Firstly, we are going to have the icons, and on the right side, we are going to have this button. So let's open our interaction component. It's going to be here, and the CSS will be here. And inside, let's say post icons or interaction icons. And the button. I'll say save. inside this, we are going to have 4 items, React, share, and more. And we are going to have here the number. General React.svg share and more. And here we are going to have the number. Let's separate them. Line item center, justify content, space between. And for the icons, we can separate them. Let's say 8 pixels. And for the button, of course, I'm going to choose the main container first. And after the button, I'm going to give the background color. The text color will be white. I'm going to delete the border. Border radius will be 24 pixels. Let's give some padding. And the font weight will be 500. Also, we can click. Okay, we can increase this padding. And here can be bold. We don't have the heart icon here. Probably I forgot to add. Okay, but when you check the starter branch, it's gonna be there. Maybe we can use font weight. Okay, it can stay like that. Later I'm gonna add the icon. But now let's take care of the comments. Let's open these comments. As you can see, we can scroll down. There is a sad story here. But anyway, after our comments, we are gonna have this comment input section. Let's do that. I can close everything, open my comments, and the CSS. Firstly, it's gonna contain the entire component. Remember how we are doing this, flex 1. And I'm gonna separate my items. Gap between each item, and after we can add our items here. Firstly, we are going to have the comment list. Inside, we are going to have the comment number. Let's say 5 comments. Comment count. After that, we are going to create a single comment. Firstly, we are going to have the user image. Again, let's use general no avatar PNG. Let's import our image here quickly. And after this image, we are going to have the comment content. The username, the description, and after we can add a date. Comment content. Let's say username. I'm gonna create a p tag. Let's create a random text here. Of course, it's too long. Let's make this shorter. And the class name will be command description or text. After, we can create one more span, and it's gonna be the time, 1 hour ago. Command time. So I can create 4 more comments. And after that, I'm gonna add my input form. Let's say class name, comment form. We are gonna have an input. Let's write a placeholder, add a comment. And also we'll be able to add an emoji. And let's add here this one. And when we click on this emoji, we are going to show our emoji model just like this one. So we can choose any emoji, but for now it can stay like that. Let's give our style. I'll say comment list. Again, flex 1, separate items, and gap between each item. And also I'm gonna use overflow Y, so we can scroll down. And I'm gonna give here a minimum height. And for our form, I'm gonna give a background color. The padding will be 16 pixels. I'm gonna give a border radius and separate my items. Gap between the input and the emoji will be 16. Let's choose our input. Again, it's gonna contain the entire parent. Border none, outline none, and I'm gonna delete the white background color. Remember how we are doing this. And finally, font size will be bigger. And for the emoji, we can click. Font size will be bigger. And position will be relative, because as I said, we are going to be using here a model, and its position will be absolute. But for now, it can stay like that. But as you can see, I cannot scroll down, because it should be here, of course. And perfect. Before this form, I will say comment. I'm gonna separate our items quickly. For the user avatar, which is image, I'm gonna give my sizes and the border radius. Object width will be cover. And for the content, we can separate our items. Display flags, flags direction column, and gap between each text will be, let's say, 4. And what else? We have here the username. Font weight will be bigger, and the font size will be smaller. For this text, again, smaller, and finally, for this time, it's going to be even smaller. And the color will be gray color. Just like that. Okay, it looks awesome. Right now, when I click on this button, we are going to show the emoji picker. To do that, we are going to need a library. Let's open. As you can see, we can choose our emojis. So let's come back, open our terminal, npm install emoji picker React. And again, I'm going to be using force. And let's use it here. Import emoji picker from emoji picker React. Let's use it. Firstly, I'm going to create here a div and use this component here. Emoji picker. As I said, its position will be absolute. The right will be 0. The bottom will be 50 pixels. Just like that. But at the beginning, it's not gonna be visible. So we can do exactly the same thing as we did for this icon. So I'm gonna come back, create a use state, open, set open. At the beginning, it's gonna be false. Let's import our use state hook. And write our condition if it's open. On click event, set open, take the previous value and write the opposite. Just like that. Okay. For the small screens, it's gonna be vertical, but if you remember, we have here a maximum height, post page CSS here, and if it's vertical, I'm gonna remove this height. So I will say maximum height unset. Just like that. So we finished our single page. So let's take care of the profile page. When I click on this username, it's gonna open the profile page. And here we are gonna have the user image name, the handle, follower numbers, some icons and buttons here, and the user gallery. Let's create. I can close them, open my profile page, and the CSS file. Firstly, let's import our image component and write our user image. I will import. After that, I'm going to create an h1 tag, the user display name. After that, a span, John Doe, follower container, 10 followers, and 20 followings. After that, we are going to have one more div here, and inside we are going to have the icons. The first one will be share, the last one will be more. And between them, we are going to have two buttons. Message, follow, and finally, we are going to have the profile options created or saved. By the way, let's give our class names. Here is going to be profile interactions. Let's create here a div that wraps our buttons. Profile buttons. Profile name. Profile username. And follow counts. Okay. Inside our options, we are going to have two options. The first one will be created and saved. I'm going to save. Let's give our style, and after we are going to take care of them. Firstly, I'm going to center everything. Display flags, flags direction column, align item center, and the gap between each item. Quickly, let's take care of our image. I'm going to give a class name, profile image, width and height, border radius, and object fit. Actually, since we are using width and height here, let's pass them. And profile name, font size will be 36 and the font weight will be 500. For the username, I'm gonna decrease the font weight and the color will be, let's say, gray. And for the followings and followers, again, 500. For the interactions, we can use flexbox and separate our items. item center, and gap between each item. I can do the same thing for the buttons. Gap will be 16. And in the example, the second item is red. Let's choose each button first. Get rid of the border. I'm gonna give padding 16 pixels and border radius. Font weight will be bold and cursor pointer. And I'm gonna choose the last item. Let's copy this. And let's say last child. And its background color will be red. And the text color white. And when we hover over, we can change the background. It's gonna be darker. Just like that. Let's separate them. Profile options. Gap between each item. I'm gonna give some margin on top and bottom. Font weight will be 500. And in this example, if it's active, as you can see, we are gonna see this border bottom. Firstly, let's choose our spans. We can click, and I'm gonna give some padding because we are gonna show that border. And when we hover over, the color will be gray. And finally, if it's active, I'm gonna give a border bottom. 3 pixels, solid and black. So let's create here a use state. I'll say type, set type. At the beginning, it's gonna be saved. Let's import the use state. And using this state, I'm gonna write a condition. I'll say class name. And if the type equals created, the first one will be active. If not, if it's saved, this is gonna be active. Let's write onClick event. We are gonna set the type. For the first one, it's gonna be created. For this one, it's gonna be saved. Let's see our example. As you can see, it's active. When I click here, it's gonna be active. So right now we can show our media. As you can see, this is our gallery component. We are not gonna change anything, but if it's saved, we are gonna show the collections, the image, collection name, and the date. So let's create one more component. I'll say collections, JSX, and CSS. And I'll say if the type equals created, we are going to show here the gallery component. If not, collections. I'm going to close this menu and import my components. Okay, of course we are going to pass here our user information, but we are just designing for now. If I click here, as you can see, the gallery. If I click here, the collections. Let's create our collections. I'm going to close them, open my component and its CSS file here. And inside, I'm going to create my first collection. We are going to create here an image. For now, I'm just going to add here pins, pin 1. Let's import. And after that, we are going to have the collection information, which has the title, let's say minimalist bedrooms, 12 pins, 1 week ago. Okay, let's create a couple more. And write our style. First is going to be 100%. Again, we are going to be using grid. Grid template columns will be exactly the same. Remember, we are going to have 7 columns and gap between each item. And for each collection, I'm going to give margin bottom. And we can click. Let's choose the image inside this collection with 100%, height 100%. Object will be cover and border radius. Let's choose the information. I'm going to separate them quickly. It's going to be 8 pixels. And let's choose the title. Font weight will be 500. Font size will be 16 pixels. What about this span? Color will be gray. And the font size will be small. It looks awesome. And let's take care of the create page. By the way, when I click here, it's gonna open the create page. Left bar. And of course, they are gonna be React Router link. Let's import link from React Router. And here is gonna be the create page. Okay, let's see what we are gonna have. If I click here, we are gonna have here a title. And again, we will have the container, which has 2 parts, the upload part and the form. We will be able to add any image here. And on the right side, we are going to have the form. Let's do this quickly. I can close them and open the create page. Let's say create top and bottom. Here is going to be our title, create pin, and we'll have this button here on the right, publish, and inside this button container, we are going to have 2 sections, upload and a form. Let's say create form. Here, we are going to have 2 sections, the first one and the second one. Inside the first one, we are going to have the icon and this text. And here is going to be this text. Let's do that. I'll say upload title and upload, let's say info. I'm going to paste my text here. And here is going to be the image component. I'm going to import general upload.svg. And in this form, let's see our items. For each input item, we are going to have the label and the input. Let's actually add here any image so we can see better. Okay, label and the input. We are not gonna have any draft, so I can close here and let's create our items. I'll say create form item and inside a label is gonna be title and the input. I'll say placeholder, add a title, and let's add ID so we can use it here. I'm gonna create the others. Here is gonna be description. Another is gonna be link. We'll be able to choose any board here. We don't have yet, but when we create, it's gonna show up here. So we can choose. By the way, here is gonna be detailed description. So I'm gonna create one more item. The label will be board, but I'm gonna use a select this time. Let's write our options. The first one will be choose a board, board 1, let's say 1, 2, 3 for now. And I'm gonna create one more. Again, it's gonna be an input. And we'll be able to write here our tags. And we can write this text. It's gonna be small. Just like that. Of course, we can use this word to create code. Just like that. Okay, let's take care of the style. Firstly, I'm gonna take care of the create top container. Remember, we have the border on the top and bottom. Solid. This color, and I will do the same thing for the bottom. I'm gonna give some padding on the top and bottom. Display flags, align item center, and justify content will be space between. What about the h1 tag? Font size will be bigger, font weight will be thicker, and for this button, I'm gonna be using my red color. Text color will be white, font weight will be 500. Actually, we created this before, so you already know what to do. Padding, border radius, and the cursor will be pointer. Font size will be 15 pixels, and when we hover over, we are going to change the color and it's going to be darker. Just like that. And finally, we can take care of the bottom. I'm going to give a margin here first, and after I'm going to center everything. Margin top, display flags, justify content, and the gap between each item. What about upload? I'm going to create a gray container here. Cursor will be pointer, font size will be bigger, and let's center everything. I'm going to give border radius 32 pixels and border 2 pixels, dashed, and gray color. Okay. We can give a specific size. Let's turn back. I'm going to give exactly the same size here. Let's check how many containers they have. Okay, this one. Let's use them. Width and height. And I'm going to give a padding. Let's take care of here. Upload title. By the way, inside, we need to add this title. Span, choose a file. Let's separate them. Align item center and gap. And for this info, I'm going to be using position absolute. In this case, here should be relative. Bottom will be 32. Font size will be small. I'm going to center this. Text align center. And the color will be gray. What about this form? Let's separate them quickly. And again, I'm going to give a specific width. So I will say display flex, flex traction, and 584 pixels. And for each item, again, I'm going to give a space. It's going to be 8. And for the label, font size will be smaller, and the color will be gray. I'm going to choose the input and also select. By the way, for the description, we can use text area. Let's say rows. We are going to show 6 rows. So I can use it here. For all of them, we are going to be using font size 15 pixels. We are going to add some border, 2 pixels solid, and the gray color. And I'm going to give some padding. Of course, border radius. Just like that. Awesome. But we shouldn't resize here. So I'm going to choose only text area. And resize will be none. And what about here? I'm going to give a color. It's going to be a little bit darker, and the font size will be small. And what about responsive design? As you can see, it's overflowing. Here, I can make this vertical. Let's create our media query quickly. Maximum width. I'm going to write the breakpoint. Create bottom. And the flex direction will be column. Let's center them. Just like that. I can give here a margin. Okay, much better. And also, somewhere here, we can increase the size of the form. Create form. 100%. Because remember, we set here a specific width, but at this point it's going to be 100%. And for the mobile screen, this upload will be too big. To prevent this, we are going to do exactly the same thing. Remember our mobile breakpoint. I'm going to choose upload, and it's going to be 100%. Just like that. Okay. So we finished our create page. Finally, let's take care of the authentication page. I'm just going to create a small container here that we can enter our credentials. Let's close everything and open authentication page. Firstly, I'm going to write here full screen container. I'm going to center everything. And inside this container, I'm going to create a smaller container. And it's going to be auth container. Let's add our logo here. I'll write the path. Remember, general logo.png. After that, I'm going to add the h1 tag, log into your account. And finally, we can create our form. Let's create our form item. I'll say form group. Again, we'll create a label. It's going to be username. Actually, let's say email. The type will be email, placeholder, and it's going to be required. I'm going to give a name and the ID, and let's use it here. Okay, let's create one more, and this is going to be the password. Let's create a button, a submit button, and I'll say login. Type will be submit, and after that, let's create a p tag, and let's say don't have an account. Let's fix here. Basically, when we click here, we are going to change our form and this title, and it's going to be the register form. So again, we can use a use state hook here. I'll say is register, set is register. At the beginning, it's going to be false. One more, and here is going to be error, set error. It's going to be empty. And if there is any error, we can show it here. I will create a p tag and show the error here. Let's give a class name, and it's going to be error. And also I can create here a b tag, bold, let's say register. So when we click here, we are going to change our type. Let's do that. Actually, we can use it here. On click, set is register, and it's going to be true. So we can write our condition. I'll say if it's register, right here, create an account. If not, log into your account. Actually, let's close here for now. And I can do the same thing for the form. Let's cut this. And I'll say, if it's register, show here different form. If not, show here the login form. Let's create here one more form. This time I'm going to create two more items. And here is going to be username. Here is going to be display name. Or just say name. Email, password, and here is going to be register. And I'm going to change this text. Do you have an account? So here is going to be login. And in this case, when we click, it's going to be false. Let's try register, perfect, and login. Okay. But there is something important here. If I write anything for this form and change my form, as you can see, it affects my second form. To prevent this, we can give different keys for our forms. So I will say register form and the login form. I'll say test, click, and as you can see, it's empty. Okay, let's take care of the page style. I'm gonna open it here on the right. And let's take care of this container first. I'm gonna separate items. Gap between each item. I'm gonna give a padding and a border radius. And I'm gonna give a box shadow. 10 pixel, 0 pixel. Again, it's gonna be black, but reduce this opacity. Actually, let's say 10%. Just like that. If you want to, you can change it. Just play around here. And let's take care of the image. Actually, we can use here 36, height 36. And for the H1 tag, font weight will be 400. Let's choose our form. It's gonna be 100%. Display flags, flags direction column, and the gap between each form item will be 16 pixels. What about groups? Exactly the same, but this time it's gonna be 8 pixels. Let's choose the form group and the label. I'm gonna decrease the font size. And for the input, I'm gonna give some padding and border. And the border radius. What about this button? Again, I'm gonna be using my red color. Actually, not form group. Auth container. The background color will be the red color. I'm gonna give some padding, delete the border. The border radius will be 32 pixels. The font color will be white. Cursor pointer. And the font weight will be bold. I'm gonna choose the P tag. Remember, it's our text here. It's gonna be 14 pixels. And I'm gonna center my text. Okay, of course we can click here. And finally, if there is any error, its color will be red. Or let's use exactly the same color here for the consistency. And awesome. If I click here, it's gonna be the register form. So we finished our design. So right now we can take care of the backend. So I'm gonna come here, close these pages and all of these components and routes. And right now we can close our client and take care of the backend. So I will open my terminal and let's open our backend folder. And now I'm gonna install the new version of Express. I'll say npm install. If you write npm install Express, it's not gonna install the latest version. So I'm gonna write Express 5.0.1. If you are watching this video in the future, probably you won't have to write this. You can directly install by writing npm install Express. But anyway, I'm gonna enter. And right now I'm gonna create my index file. You can give any name you want. I'll say index.js. Basically, we are gonna run our Express API using this file. Let's install import Express from Express. But if you create a Node.js application, you cannot import them like that. You have to use require like Express require Express. But I don't want to use it like that. I want to use import and export. To do that, I'm going to open my package.json and right here type, and it's going to be module. You can also give any name, Lama pin API, and I'll say the main file of my application is index.js. So when we run our Node.js application, it's going to directly look into index.js and run our Express app. Let's create our app, const app, and Express function. Of course, we have to listen a port number, let's say 3000, and when we run our application, I want to write here, server is running. Let's see, to run our index.js file, we can write here node index.js. As you can see, server is running, but if we make any changes here and save, it's not gonna refresh our application. So we have to terminate our app and run it again. But if you are using the latest version of Node.js, you can use here the watch flag. So right now, whenever you make a change, it's gonna be reflected here, as you can see. So you don't have to use any third-party library like NodeMon. Also, when we create any env file here and define any variable, by default, it's not gonna see our env file. To prevent this, we can add here one more flag, and it's gonna be env file and the location of our file, which is the root folder and .env. And right now, we are able to use our env variables. If you want to, you can copy this expression and create here your own script. So I will say scripts, and inside I'll say dev, and I'm gonna paste my string. And right now, if I say npm run dev, it's gonna run my application. Let's try to change anything. And as you can see, it refreshes our application. Okay, awesome. So right now, we can create our first endpoint. So if I say app use, and let's say test, we are gonna get the request from the user, and we are gonna return a response. And let's return response JSON and hello from Backend API. So this is how we create our API endpoints. Let's try. Remember, our application runs on localhost 3000. I will come here, localhost 3000 and test. And as you can see, the answer is here. So using these endpoints, we can make all the CRUD operations and return a response. But writing all the endpoints inside the index.js is not a good idea because we'll have tons of different requests like get all posts, get a single post, delete a comment, create a user. So instead of writing them here, let's create different routes for each table. I will come here, create a new folder, and it's gonna be routes. Let's decide which table we are gonna need. Of course, we are gonna have the user pins, the comments. We'll be able to follow users, so we can create a table for that. Of course, it's not a table, it's gonna be a collection. We are using MongoDB, but anyway. And also, here we have the boards. So basically, we are gonna need 4 main routes. The first one will be user route.js. By the way, you don't have to write here route, but I prefer writing this like that because later we are gonna also create our models and controllers. So it's gonna be easy to see which one is route, which one is controller. And let's do the same thing for the others. I'll say pin route, comment, and board. Let's define our router here. Const router, we are going to be using express.router. Let's import express. And if I say export default, I can call this router on my index.js. Let's import user router routes user.route.js. So right now I can define my endpoint here. Remember app.use, and the endpoint will be users. So this endpoint will be responsible for everything related to users. And when we make a request to this endpoint, we are gonna call our user router. Let's see. I'll say router, and let's create a GET request. I'll say test. Remember, we get the request, return a response, response.json, hello from user router. So right now, the endpoint will be users, and the second endpoint will be test. If I enter, you are gonna see our message here. This is how it works. So basically, when we fetch data, we are gonna be using a GET request. When we create a new post or a new comment, we are gonna be using a POST request. When we update our data, we are gonna be using put or patch. And finally, when we delete a data, we are gonna make a delete request. When we create them, you are gonna understand better. But for now, let's continue. By the way, we are gonna make a lot of requests. And again, instead of creating all the logic here, let's create a controller folder. And inside, user.controller.js. So right now I can create here my function. Let's say export const test. We are gonna get the request, return response, and let's do the same thing for the test purpose. I'll say return response JSON hello from controller. And right now we can use this function here. Let's delete the others. And instead of this function, we can directly call our controller function here. Let's import test from controllers and user controller. By the way, when you import any function, you have to write here JS. We cannot run it like in React.js or Next.js because we are not using any bundler. So I will say controller.js. Let's test again. I'm gonna enter, and this time hello from controller. So this is our main structure. So let's do the same thing for the others. Firstly, I'm going to create my other controllers, pin.controller, board, and comment. So I'm going to copy here and paste for the others. Here is going to be pin controller, command controller, and the board controller. Let's use them in our index file. I will import them. Pin, command, and board. And let's use them here. It's going to be pin route, command, and board. Of course, there is an error because we don't have any test function for the other controllers. Let's actually create. Okay, board, command, and pin. Okay, there is no problem. I'm gonna close everything. And right now we can take care of our MongoDB connection. To do that, we are gonna be using MongoDB Cloud Provider. So I'm gonna visit atlas.mongodb.com. And now I'm gonna create a new cluster. Let me zoom in. Let's create. As you can see, there is a free option here. Let's use it. It's more than enough for our application. Actually, I'm using this free cluster for all my applications. Let's give a name. You can choose any provider here. Choose any location and create deployment. And here you can choose your connection method. We are going to be using Node.js. But instead of using MongoDB, I want to use Mongoose. So let's open mongoose.js.com. I prefer using Mongoose because it allows us to use MongoDB schemas just like that. As you can see, we can create our models. But if you use MongoDB, you cannot do that. We'll basically write here the collection name like user, pin, comment, or board. And here we are gonna write all the necessary fields like username, email, password, or whatever it might be. Let's install. We are gonna need this dependency. I'm gonna create a new terminal here. Actually, let's create it here. So when we install any library for our backend and client, we can use this tab. So I'll say cd backend and client. And let's install Mongoose for our backend. npm install Mongoose. And after that, we are going to connect to MongoDB. Let's click here. As you can see, we are going to be using Mongoose connect, and inside we are going to write our connection string. If you check your cluster, you are going to see that there is a connection string here. Of course, we didn't define any password, but for now, let's copy this, open our env file, and I'll say Mongo URL and paste it here. We can also write here our database name. Let's say Lama pin. And I'm gonna write here my password. Let's come here, scroll down, and database access. As you can see, I already have my user here, but if you don't, just create a new one and define a password. As you can see, it's Lama Dev again. So I'm gonna write it here, the username and the password, and also make sure that you can reach your database everywhere. So I'm gonna click network access, add new IP, and you can add here your own IP address or give an access from everywhere. Since we are on the development mode, we can give this access After deploying our application, we are going to add here our server IP, so nobody else will be able to access our database. I'm going to confirm. And right now we can connect to our database. I'm going to come here. Let's create our utilities. And inside, connectdb.js. Let's import Mongoose. And create our function. ConnectDB is going to be an async function because we are going to connect to MongoDB server. I can say try catch. If there is any error, we are just going to console log connection error. And here I'll say await. And remember how we are connecting mongoose.connect and the connection string. It's inside our env file. So I'm going to say process.env.mongo. What was the name? Okay, Mongo URL. Actually, let's make this simpler. Mongo. And I'll say export default. Okay. Right now I can use it on my index.js. Whenever we connect to our server, we are going to call our connectdb function. Let's import. And also, after connecting, I'm going to write a console log and MongoDB is connected. Let's save and see our server. And as you can see, server is running, MongoDB is connected. For the test purpose, I'm going to change this password. And as you can see, authentication failed. Okay. So right now, we can create our collections. I'm going to create here a new folder. Let's say models. And inside, user model. Pin. Comment. And board. Let's remember again. I'm going to open my documentation and choose models. And here we are going to create a new Mongoose schema. And inside we are going to write our fields and their types. And we are going to export this by writing here the collection name. And we are going to pass here our schema. Let's do that. I'm going to open the user model, import schema from Mongoose and Mongoose from Mongoose. And I'll say user schema. We are going to create a new Mongoose schema. And inside, I'm going to create an object and write my fields. Firstly, we are going to have the user display name. And here, I'm going to write my requirements. Firstly, its type will be a string. And I'll say required true. So we cannot create a user without display name. Let's do the same thing for the others. Username, again, string and required. Email, exactly the same. We can have the user image, the avatar, but it's not going to be required. They can create an account without an image. And here is going to be the password. I can delete this. But when we create a new user, and when we add here any password like test, we are not going to store this as test. Firstly, we have to encrypt our password and store that like that, because even if our database is compromised, nobody will be able to see the user passwords. So instead of password, let's say hashed password. Okay, we can also see the created at and the updated at times. To do that, I'm gonna come here and add timestamps. So when we create a new user, it's gonna automatically update the timestamp. And right now we can export mongoose.model. I'm gonna write my collection name, which is user, and the schema name, user schema, here. Okay, this is how we define our schema. Let me close this terminal, and let's do the same thing for the pins. I'm gonna change the name, pin schema, and the collection name, and let's remember what we are gonna need. Firstly, we are gonna need a media, and remember, after uploading, we are gonna also need the width and height. So I'll say media, string and required, because we are gonna pass here the URL of the media. I'll say width is gonna be a number, and height, again, number. We are gonna have the title, description, link, the board, and the tags. So let's say title is gonna be string and required. We'll have the description. Let's add a couple more. And after the description, we can add the link, but it's not required. We are gonna have the board, and we are gonna store here the ID of the board. For now, I'm gonna leave it empty because we don't have the board model. What else? We are gonna have tags. Its type will be an array, and inside this array, there will be strings. It's not required. And finally, each post has an owner. So let's say user, and since we have the user model, we can use it here. The type will be schema types.objectID, because when we create a new item, MongoDB automatically assigns an object ID. And I'll say the reference is the user model. So basically, we are going to store here the user ID. So when we try to find a single post using this user ID, we'll be able to reach all the user information. Okay, that's all. Actually, we can do right now exactly the same thing here, but this time it's gonna be board. Let's create. I'm gonna copy this, open board, change the names. We are just gonna have the title and the user. Of course, I'll say required, because we cannot create a board without a user. And that's all. Let's do the same thing here. We cannot create a post without a user, but the board is not required, so it can stay like that. I'm gonna copy again, and finally we can create comments. Comment schema and the collection name. We are gonna need the description, and each comment belongs to a pin, and it's gonna be required, and each comment has a user, just like that. And that's all. So right now, using our models, we can create, update, delete, or fetch our documents. So let's close everything. And for the test purpose, let's try to create a user. I'll say rather.post. I'll say create. Of course, we are going to be using our controller, but we are just testing. I just want to show you how to create new items. Request response. We are going to get all the information from the user when we create a new user. We are going to get the username, display name, email, and password, and send it to our database using our user model. So I'll say const user information. That will come from request and body. Let's see this first. I'll say user information and open my terminal. And let's try to send our data. To do that, we are going to be using Insomnia. Basically, it allows us to test our APIs. You can also use Postman or any other software, but it's really lightweight. Let's create a new request, Command N or Control N. And here, I'm going to choose the post request. Right here, my endpoint, HTTP localhost 3000 users, and what was the endpoint? Create. And inside, I'm going to choose body, and we are going to send a JSON object. And firstly, we are going to pass the display name. Let's say test user, username, test, password, 123, and email. I'm gonna send. Of course, we are not gonna return anything. Let's say response.json user created. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, the response is here. And if you check your console, you are gonna see that it's undefined because Express.js doesn't allow us to send any JSON by default. To prevent this, I'm gonna open my index file, and here, after this app, I'll say app.use express.json. Let's try again. I'm gonna send, and this time, as you can see, all the items are here. So using these fields, we can create a new user. To do that, I'll say const new user. We are going to call our user model. Let's import user from models, user model. Actually, we can directly use user.create, and we are going to pass here all the user information. Of course, it's an async function. We are going to make a database request. So I'll say await, and here is going to be async function. I'm going to send, and as you can see, there is an error because we didn't use hashed password. Remember, in our model, we are using hashed password. So I can say display name request body.display name. I can do the same thing for the username and the email. And for hashed password, we have to encrypt our password. Actually, I can show you right now. Let's open our backend terminal, and we are going to install Decrypt.js. So basically, we are going to pass our plain password, and it's going to encrypt that, and we will be able to use it on our database. Let's import Decrypt from Decrypt.js. And let's say const hashed password await decrypt the hash method, and we are going to pass here our plain text, which is request, body, and password. And you can pass here any number you want, and let's use it here. I'm going to save. Let's try. I'm going to send. User created. Let's see our MongoDB. I'm going to choose clusters. And let's see our collections. And as you can see, this is our database name. If you remember, we defined this on our connection string here. And inside this database, we have the users table, which means collection in MongoDB. And inside that, we have the user. And as you can see, this is our hashed password. So this is how we make post requests. What about get requests? I will say router get, let's say fetch, again async, request response, and I will say const users, again the user model, and we are going to be using the find function. As you can see, there are many options. If you write find, it's going to find all the users. Don't forget to write here await, and return our response, users. I'll say get request, users, and fetch. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, our user information is here. If you want to, you can write here any condition. Let's say I want to find users that has a username. And what was the username? Test. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, it's here. If I change here, it's gonna return an empty array. We can also find a single user, find by ID or find one. Basically, if you use this one, you are gonna pass here the user ID. If you say find one, you are gonna write here your condition, as we did before. So this is how we are fetching data. We can also update our user. To do that, we are gonna be using the put method, or if you are changing a single field, you can use patch, and I'll say user update one. I'm gonna write here my username. It's gonna be test, and we are gonna pass here what we want to update, request and body. Let's say updated user. I'm gonna choose patch, users, and update. Let's say test user 2. I'm gonna send. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. And as you can see, test user 2. And finally, we can delete our user. You can write any endpoint, or you can leave it empty. And here I will say delete one, username will be test. Let's choose delete, users endpoint, and send. If you refresh your database, you are gonna see that user is not here, just like that. So this is how we are making requests. So right now I can delete them. And these. And right now we are gonna make our requests on our React application. We are not gonna be using this software anymore. You already know how to make requests. So I'm gonna close this. If you want to, for the test purpose, let's create some users, pins, comments, and boards, and try to fetch all these items. To do that, I'm gonna create here a seed file. Let me copy and paste my seed here. Basically, we are gonna delete all the items in our database, and we are gonna create 10 users, and each user will have some boards, some pins and comments. And after that, it will be easier to understand fetching data. By the way, don't worry about this file. You can find it in the GitHub repository. It just creates some random documents. So I'm going to open my console and let's run this file. Remember how we are running files. Note, we are going to pass here our env location, .env, and the file location, utils c.js. I'm going to enter. It's going to take a while. And it's successful. Let's see our database. I'm going to refresh. And as you can see, we have some random users, pins. Some of the pins have the comments, and the users have boards. So right now we are ready to fetch all this data. Of course, inside pins, we have some random media here, but it's not in our media library. Since we are using our image component and passing here our path, it's going to try to find this media on our library, but it's not a problem. We are going to take care of this. So I'm going to open my home page, close this terminal and all these files. And let's create our first controller function. I'll open my pin controller and let's say get pins. Of course, it's going to be async. And let's find all the pins and return await pin model find. Let's import our model, by the way. Models and pin model. And I'll say response. We can also return a status. 200 means successful. And I'll say JSON. And we are going to pass our pins here. Let's create our route. Instead of this test, sorry, this is the user. I'm going to open the pin. I'm not going to write any endpoint. And here is going to be get pins. We don't need this test anymore. So right now we can make a request to this endpoint using our gallery component. Let's open. I'm going to close this menu. And right now, instead of this array, let's fetch our data. To do that, we are going to be using React Query library. 10 stack React Query. Basically, it allows us to make requests on our React application. It's really powerful because it handles all the fetching status and also it's able to cache our data. It's able to revalidate. When we start using, you are going to understand better. I'm going to open the documentation. We are going to be using version 5. Let's install. I'll open my terminal and here make sure that you are on the client side. npm install 10 stack React Query. And after that, we are going to wrap our application with this provider. And also we are going to create here a query client. So let's open our main.js. Of course, I'm going to be using the force flag. Okay. And here, I'm going to wrap my entire application. And let's create this client. And let's import them. We don't need them here. Okay. So right now we are able to use React Query on our components and pages. Let's try. I'm going to open the documentation. And as you can see, this is how we are fetching data. We are going to be using useQueryHook. We are going to pass here a unique key and our query function. Basically, we are going to make here a fetch request. Let's copy this, paste here. I'm gonna import use query from stack React query. Okay, since we are fetching all our pins, let's write here pins. You can give any name you want. And here is gonna be our fetching function. Let's create it here. Const fetch pins. I'll say async function. For the API requests, you can directly use JavaScript fetch. But for this tutorial, I prefer using Axios. npm install Axios. So let's say const response await. And I'm going to be using Axios and the get method. And here I'm going to pass my API endpoint. Remember localhost 3000. Actually, we can use it in our env file. So I will say with API endpoint http localhost 3000. Okay, let's use it. I'm gonna pass my env variable. Remember how we are importing. Import.meta env and the variable name. And also I'm gonna add here my endpoint, which is pins. And after getting this response, we can return response.data. Let's call this function here. And as I said, we can reach the fetching status and our data. Let's see. Okay, this is the quick start. Let's search for use query. So we can use is pending, is error, and our data. So if there is any error, we can return that error. And we can also show here our error. So instead of is error, let's say the error itself. And we can show here the message. And if it's pending, we can return here any skeleton, any loading bar, or just a text. Let's say loading. And here, instead of this array, we can use our data. If it exists, we are gonna pass here our items. But before, let's see if we have it or not. I'll say console log data. I'm gonna save. Let's import Axios, by the way. Axios from Axios. I'm gonna come here. As you can see, there is an error. Let's open our console. And as you can see, our request has been blocked by the curse policy. Basically, Express.js doesn't allow us to make any request from different domain. Because remember, we are using different port number here. By the way, this is another great feature of React query. If there is any error, it tries to fetch again and again. So let's open our console. And on the backend, I'm gonna install a library called course. Of course, npm install. Let's open our index.js. Close this terminal. And here, I'm gonna write another middleware. I'll say app.use course. The origin will be our client URL. Let's use it inside our env. Client URL. When we deploy our application, we can directly change here. So I will say localhost. What was the port number? Let's copy this and paste. Okay, let's use it. Process env and the client URL. Of course, it's going to be inside an object. Okay, let's import. Just like that. And let's see. As you can see, there is no loading or error. That means we have the data. Let me close this menu. Okay, we have the console log. Let's open our console, and as you can see, we have pins. Okay, awesome. So using these items, we can call our gallery item. Let's do that. But remember, we are not using ID anymore. If you are using MongoDB, it's _ID. Let's fix this. I can remove this, open my item, and fix here also. And let's see. I'm gonna refresh. As you can see, there is a problem because they are not in our ImageKit library, but we can see that all these items are here. If you want to, you can open your image component, and instead of path, you can use source. So if you use source, you can use different domains. I'm gonna refresh. And as you can see, all these items are here. Okay, awesome. Of course, when we add a new item, we are gonna upload them to our library. So instead of source, we are gonna be using path again. If you want to, let's add here source. If there is source, we can use it here. So right now, I'm gonna change here. Okay, so we can see our other items. Since we are using source and path together, there will be a conflict, but it's just a test purpose. I just wanted to see my images here. After resetting our database, we are gonna add our own items. So if you see any image error on your console, don't worry, it can stay like that for now. Okay, but as you can see, it returns all these items together. What I want to do is, I want to fetch first 3 rows. Remember, we have 7 columns. That means we are gonna need 21 posts. And after, we are gonna implement infinite scrolling. When we scroll down, we are gonna fetch the second 21 items. Let's first send our first 21 items. I can write here any limit, 21. I'm gonna refresh, and perfect. We can also skip our items. So if I say skip 21, it's gonna skip the first page and send me the next 21 items. So let's see how to use infinite scrolling. I'm gonna open my documentation, search for use infinite. It's here, use infinite query. And right now we are gonna change our hook. We are gonna be using use infinite query hook. Firstly, it's gonna fetch the first 21 items, and after, using fetch next page function, we'll be able to fetch the second 21 items. Let's do that. Right now, I'm gonna call use infinite query hook. We don't need this anymore. And we can get our data, fetch next page, has next page. Because if we fetch all our data, we won't have to call this function anymore. And we will also get the fetching status, like pending or error. And here, again, query key, query function. And the initial page param will be 0. We are going to fetch the first 21. And get next page param. We are going to get the last page and all the pages. And we are going to return last page dot next cursor. Don't worry about this right now. I'm going to explain everything. So right now, instead of this pending, we can use status. If status is pending, return loading. If status is error, something went wrong. If everything is okay, we can see our data. Let's console log and comment this out for now because we are going to send different data. And we are going to send our page param here. Remember, at the beginning, it's going to be 0. And we are going to pass it to our endpoint. So I will say cursor and pass here page param. But how we are gonna reach this number? Let's open our controller. I'm gonna actually close the others. It's really easy. I'll say const cursor, or let's say page number. We are gonna take the user request and it's inside the query, and the name of this query is cursor. Of course, since it's inside our URL string, its type will be a string. Let's transform this. I'm gonna use number, just like that. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna be 0. I can also write here my limit. Remember, I want to fetch 21 items. And right now, limit will be the limit variable. And here, we are gonna skip the page number multiplied by limit. So at the beginning, here is gonna be 0. Multiply by any number, it's gonna be 0. So we are not gonna skip anything. It's gonna send the first 21 items. When it's 1, here is gonna be 21. That means it's gonna skip the first 21 items and return the next 21. This is how it works. We should also pass here as next page. If the pin's length equals limit, it's gonna be true. If not, it's gonna be false. Because remember, we are fetching 21 items because of this limit. If it has 21 items, that means there is also the next page. But if there is, let's say, 10 items inside the pins, that means we don't have any more pins anymore. So here is gonna be false. So we can pass here our next cursor. We are gonna send the pins and also next cursor. I'll say if has next page, we are gonna increase the page number. If not, I'll say no. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. As you can see, there is no error or loading. And there's an object here, and that includes our pages. Page param is 0, and that includes the first 21 items. The next cursor is 1. That means when we run fetch next page function, it's gonna send this new cursor. And it's gonna return the next 21 items. But there is something important here. As you can see, we have an array here, and that includes our pages. For the first page, we have 21 items. For the second page, again, we are gonna fetch 21 items, third page, and the others. But what I want to do is join all these items together, because we are gonna need a single array here to show our items. To do that, I'll say const all pins. If there is data, get all the pages, flat map, take each page, and return page.pins, this array. So we are gonna join all of them. So let's use this here. As you can see, nothing has changed. But how we are gonna fetch when we scroll down? We have to trigger this function. To do that, we are gonna be using a library called React Infinite Scroll component. Let's open our terminal, npm install React Infinite Scroll component. Let's import. Just like that. We don't need this temporary data anymore. I can close here, and let's use this component. I will use it here and wrap my entire div here. And we are gonna pass here the data length, all pins.length. We are gonna pass here our next function, remember. Just like that. Basically, when we are at the end of the page, it's gonna trigger this function. I'll say has more, has next page. If it exists, it's gonna be true. We can write here any loader. let's say h1, loading more posts or pins. Actually, h1 is too big, let's say 4. And finally, if we are at the end of the pins, we can return a span or p tag, all posts loaded. Actually, let's say h3, and let's see. I'm gonna scroll down, and as you can see, it loads all our other items, and at the end, all posts loaded. Let's make this operation a little bit slower, so you can see better. I'm gonna add here 3 seconds delay, new promise. I'm gonna set timeout, resolve, and let's say 3 seconds. And right now, if I refresh my page, loading, after 3 seconds, we are gonna see our items. And if I scroll down, as you can see, loading more pins, and after 3 seconds, they are done. Again, loading, and perfect. Okay, it works. This is how we use infinite scrolling. But what about the search page? When we write anything here and enter, we are gonna open the search page, and as a query, we are gonna pass this value. Let's do that. I'm gonna open the top bar, and here is gonna be a form, and I'll say on submit, handle submit function. Let's use it. Firstly, I'll say event prevent default, because by default, when you submit your form, it's gonna refresh the page. To prevent this, we are using event prevent default. And after that, we are gonna be navigated to the search page. To do that, we can use navigate hook, use navigate, that comes from React Router. And using this navigate, we are gonna open the search page, and also we are gonna pass here our value, and it's gonna be event target. We have only one input, so let's say 0, the first item, and its value. Let's see, I'll say test, enter, and as you can see, it's here. Okay, right now using this value, we can fetch different data. We can search this value inside the post title and also post tags. So let's open our search page. And inside this gallery, we are gonna pass our search param. How we are gonna do this? Again, we are gonna be using React Router. I'll say let search params from use search params hook. Again, from React Router. And I'm gonna get my search value. So I will say const search params get and the name search. So we can pass it to our gallery just like that. And let's get this as a prop. And right now we are gonna need this value here. To do that, let's change our query function. Remember, by default, it sends the page param. Let's say page param 0. Right now, we are not just gonna send the page param, we will also send the search param. Let's get this in our fetch function and send it to our API. So I'm gonna add one more query, search and search. By the way, if they don't exist, we can send an empty string. I can do the same thing here. I'm gonna save. Let's get this. This time I'll say search. It's not gonna be number. Let's say search. And let's write our condition here. As I said, we are going to check our value inside the post title and the post tags. To do that, let's use OR. It can be either inside the title or inside the tags. I'm going to write here a regex, because if our post title is, let's say, awesome post, and if we search for some, it's going to get this post. This is why we are using regex. I will say search, and I'm going to pass here an option, and it's going to be insensitive. So it doesn't matter if we search with the capital letters or not, it's going to search for that word. Okay. And what about tags? Remember, it's an array, and we are going to search for our value inside this array. So I'm going to be using in and the search value. Let's see. I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, it sends here an object. Search is correct, but cursor is wrong. Let's open our gallery. Cursor page param. Actually, we don't need this. We are sure that it exists. Oh, of course, it's going to be inside an object. Let's refresh again. Okay, it's still loading. That means there's something wrong. Options. And as you can see, all posts loaded. That means we don't have any title or tag with this test. Let's see our seed. When we create our pins, as you can see, pin by user.username. And since our users are like user1, user2, if I search for user1, it's gonna get all the items. But remember, for the home page, we are not using any search query. So we can write here a condition. I'll say if search exists, use this query. If not, empty object. Okay. By the way, we don't need to wait anymore. And we are gonna need here one more condition, and it's gonna be our user pins. But before, let's try to fetch a single pin. Again, we are gonna get this number, and using this number, we are gonna make a fetch request. Inside the controller, I'm gonna create one more function, export const get pin. It's gonna be a single pin. Async function request response. We are gonna get the pin ID, and that comes from request params. And using this ID, we can find our pin. Await pin model find by ID, and we are gonna pass here our ID. So I will say response status 200 JSON and pin. But remember, on the single page, we also need the user image, the display name, and the username, because when we click here, we are going to be using this username. And since we are using our user field here, we can use populate. We are going to get the user, but we don't need all the information. We are just going to get the username, its image, and the display name. Let's fetch. I'm going to open my single page. Remember how we are fetching data. Use query hook is pending, is error, and data. Let's do this quickly. Const is pending, error, and data. Use query hook. We are going to pass here our query key. It's going to be a pin, but we should specify here which pin we are fetching. To To do that, we are going to need our ID. Let's quickly get ID from the useParams hook. Just like that. And I'm going to pass it here. And after that, query function axios.get our endpoint. Actually, we are using this again and again. To prevent this, inside the utils, we can create a common function. Inside the source, I'll say utils and API request. Let's import Axios. And I'm going to create my function API request. And if you are using Axios, you can create a new Axios instance and use it everywhere. I will say base URL. I'm going to pass my API URL. Remember, it's inside the env file, meta.env with underscore API URL. Okay. So let's use this. Of course, I will export. So I will say API request dot get is going to be pins, and we are going to pass here the pin ID. After getting our response, we can return response.data. Just like that. Let's import. API request from utils and API request. Again, I'm going to write my status is pending, is error, and also I'll say if data doesn't exist, return pin not found. Of course, you can create 404 page and redirect user to that page, but anyway, it can stay like that. And after that, we can update our post. Here is going to be data.media. Here is going to be data.user.username. And here is going to be data user.image. If it doesn't exist, general no avatar. And finally, the display name. Okay, let's create our route, pin route, and I'm going to create one more. And this time we are going to pass here the post ID, and it's going to be get pin. Let's import. And let's check again. Pins endpoint and ID. Okay, there's something wrong. Okay guys, I realize we made a mistake here. It's going to be API endpoint. And also I forgot to add here the user model. I'm going to save and here. And right now we can see our data. As you can see, user again. We can show the source. And perfect. When I click here, it's going to open the username. Okay, it works. So we can do exactly the same thing for the user information. We are going to get this username and fetch all the user data. So I'm going to copy here. We don't need this. I'm going to open my profile page and paste it here. Let's import. Use query, profile. I'm going to get the username, const username from useParams hook. And we can pass it here. I'm going to import API request. This time we are going to make a request to users and we are going to pass here the username. If there is no user, we are going to write here user not found And right now we can create our controller. But before, let's create here our endpoint, get user. I'm gonna open my controller and here is gonna be get user. Let's get the username, request.params. I'm gonna find my user. Firstly, it's gonna be async. So we can use await. The user model. Actually, let me just copy and paste. I'll say find one and pass here my condition. And it's gonna be the username. But if we do that, it's gonna return all the user information. That includes our hashed password. But I just wanna get rid of this. So we can destructure the other user information. I'll say hashed password and all the other details. Let's say details without password. You can give here any name you want. And that comes from our user. And we can return response status 200 and details without password. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna open my console. There is an object here, but there is something wrong here because I have to transform this to an object. I'm gonna refresh and it's here. Okay, as you can see, password is not here. Right now we can use our information. We are gonna take care of these followers later. Let's update them. I can delete here. Data.displayName. Data.username. And here is gonna be data.image. If it doesn't exist, no avatar. And what about here? As you can see, it fetches all our pins, but I want to fetch all the pins belong to this user. So what we can do here, we can pass our user ID. It's going to be data._ID. Let's get this prop, user ID, and we can pass it to our function, fetching function, here. Just like that. And let's use it here. I'm going to add one more query. And I will say user ID equals user ID. If it doesn't exist, it's going to be an empty string. Let's open our pin controller again here. And right now I'm going to get one more query and it's going to be user ID. Right now we can write one more condition here. If user ID exists, the user of this pin will be user ID. If not, empty object. I'm gonna refresh. And right now, as you can see, we have less items. If I click here, you are gonna see that it belongs to our user. Okay, what about these boards? We can do the same thing. I'm gonna pass here my user ID. By the way, instead of collections, let's say boards. I'm gonna change the name. And here. Let's import this and delete the collections. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, there is no error. And right now, I'm gonna get this user ID and fetch all the boards belong to this user. Again, I'm gonna copy here and paste. I can remove here. Let's import them. It's gonna be boards and the user ID. Let's import our API request. We are gonna make a request to boards endpoint and pass here the user ID. Let's see. Console log and data. And right now we can create our controller and board route. So I will say rather get and the user ID, and let's say get user boards. I'm gonna import and let's create. I'm gonna change this name, make this async. I'm gonna get the user ID quickly. You know how to do that. We are just gonna be using request params. And we are gonna fetch all the boards belong to this user. Await board model, find, and the user will be user ID. Of course, it's gonna be board, and let's import. I'm gonna return my boards, but there is something important here. Let's comment this out for now. We have here the board title, but also we are gonna need an image and the pins number. For the image, we can fetch the first pin of this board item, and also we are gonna need the pin count. So for each board item, we are gonna need the first pin and the pin number. So I'm gonna open my controller and let's say boards with pin details. I'm gonna be using await, and since we are doing this for each board, we can use promise all. I'm gonna map through my boards. For each board, we are gonna fetch the first pin. Of course, it's gonna be async. So let's say pin count, await, pin model. Actually, let's say pin count, and the board will be board.id. Let's get the first item. Await pin find one, and again board will be board._id. So finally, we are going to return all this information. Firstly, we are going to return all the board information. Additionally, we are going to send the pin count and the first pin. So finally, we can send a response to 100, and the JSON will be boards with pin details. Let's see. I'm gonna open, refresh my page, and as you can see, our items are here. Don't worry about them. As I said, it's because of the image source. We are gonna fix that. We have all the information here, like title, updated at, and also we have the pin count. Inside this board, we have only one pin, and it's here. We can use its image here. Okay. So I will come here, delete all these collections. I'm just gonna leave one of them. Let's use a map, data.map. For each board, we are gonna return this div. Let's add here our unique key, board.id, and here is gonna be board.firstPin.media. Here is gonna be title, and here is gonna be pin count. And for this date, we are gonna be using the created at date, but it's going to return this long string. To prevent this, I'm going to open my terminal, npm install timeago.js, timeago.js actually. Let's import. I'm going to import its format method, timeago.js. Okay, I can close here and use this for this date. Just like that. Okay, and again, if I use source here, I'll be able to see the images, just like that. And right now, when I click here, it's gonna open my search page and pass the board ID. So let's transform this into a link, React router link. And when we click here, it's gonna open the search page and pass here the board ID. And it's gonna be board._ID. Let's click. Okay, right now it fetches all our items, but we are gonna fetch items according to this board ID. So again, I'll open my search page, get my board ID, and pass it to our gallery. Just like that. Let's take this as a prop here and pass it to our fetch function and use it here. I'm gonna add one more, and the board ID will be the board ID if it exists. If not, it's gonna be an empty string. So let's write our last query here inside the controller. I'll get the board ID. If it exists, the board of this pin will be the board ID. If not, it's gonna be an empty object. Right now, if I refresh, you are gonna see that there is only one pin, and that belongs to user 1. Let's finally fetch all the comments, and after that, I'm gonna show you how to mutate data. Let's open our board page, copy everything, close all our pages, and open our comments. I'm just gonna paste it here, import them. Okay, let me import like that, use query and API request. And here is gonna be comments. And we are gonna pass here the post ID. Remember, it's inside our single page. So let's open our post page. And inside the comments, we are gonna send the ID, data.id. If you want to, you can use params again. If you want to, you can get this as a prop, doesn't matter. So I will say comments and pass here my ID. So let's create our route and controller. We are gonna pass here the post ID, get post comments, and import it here. Let's create. As we always do, it's gonna be an async function, and we are gonna get the ID, request params. Let's find our comments, const comments, the comment model. Let me quickly import. I'll say find, and we are gonna write our condition here, and the pin will be the post ID. It was ID or post ID? Okay, post ID. Of course, it's gonna be await, and that's all. Let's send response status to 100, and we are gonna pass our comments. By the way, we can sort our items, and the created at date will be -1. So we are gonna see the latest comments first. I'm gonna refresh, open my console, and as you can see, comments are here. And again, we are gonna need the user information because we need here the image and the display name. Let's use populate. I'll say user. We are gonna get the username, the user image, and the display name. Okay, let's also import user here. And let's see. Okay, awesome. Let's use them. I'll open my component, delete all these comments, and use my data here. Let's cut this. I'll say data map for each comment. We are going to return this div. I'm going to write my unique key. Actually, for each comment, we can show an independent component. Actually, we can create it here. Comment.jsx. I'm going to create a component and paste my comment div here. So let's call our component just like that. I'm going to pass the unique key and pass my comment. Let's get this as a prop. And again, as we always do, comment.user.image. If it doesn't exist, no avatar png. And here is going to be user.displayname. And here is going to be comment.description. Just like that. And if you say source, you'll be able to see the user images. Okay, awesome. Let's change here. Again, we are going to be using timeago.js comment.createdAt. Let's import. Okay, awesome. So right now, you know how to fetch data, how to use infinite scrolling, fetching data using the search params. By the way, we can change here. I'll say if data.length equals 0, write no comments. If not, data.length comments. Okay, awesome. You can see the user information, user collections, and user posts. Right now, let's take care of the data mutation. I'll come here, close other files here. And right now, using this form, we are going to send a new comment. To do that, again, we can separate our component. Let's cut this. Inside comments, I will say comment form. And paste it here. Let's import them. Comment form. I'm going to get this use state, pass it here, just like that. And we can delete these unnecessary imports. Let's get back. Okay, so right now, when I write anything here and enter, we are going to send our comment to database, and also we are going to revalidate our comments, and we'll be able to see our comment here immediately. Of course, to do that, we have to be authenticated first. So we can create a new user, and after that, we can create a new post and comment. So I'm gonna open my login page, choose register, and let's add a new user. I'm gonna close them, open my user route. Here, let's create 3 more. This is gonna be auth, register. Here is gonna be login and logout. All of them will be post requests. And let's create our functions. I'll say register user, login user, and logout user. Let's use them here. And create our functions. I can actually use this one. And let's say register user. I'll delete everything here. Create 2 more functions. Login and logout. Right now we are going to get all the information from the client side, username, display name, email, and password. And when I click here, we are going to send a request, and we can get all the information using our body. Remember how we are doing this. I'll say request body, and inside we are going to have the username, display name, email, and password. In our authentication page, we are using required for our inputs, but in any case, I want to check them on my backend. So I'll say if there is no username, email, or password, we are going to return an error, response status 400, and inside my JSON object, I'm going to send my error message. Let's say all fields are required. Okay, right now we can encrypt our password. We already did before. New hashed password, await, decrypt, .hash, and we are going to pass here our password and the salt number. And after that, we can create our user. Const user, await the user model, create, and inside we are going to pass our user information like username, display name, email, and hash password. And this is going to be this password. And if everything is okay, we are going to return a response 201, which is successfully created. And inside JSON, we are going to send our user information. But remember, it includes our hashed password. Let's get rid of this. We are going to do exactly the same thing here. Let's actually copy this and paste. This is going to be 1. And let's try. I will come here, create here on submit event. Let's say handle submit. Firstly, I'll say prevent default. I don't want to refresh the page. And after that, let's create a form data and pass our form here, event target. And since we are using the input names here, we are able to catch all these input values. So I will say const data, object from entries, and we are going to pass here our form data. Let's see what we have inside. I'll open my console. I'll say test name, email at gmail.com, and any password here. I'm gonna click, and as you can see, all this information is here. So right now we can make an API request. So let's use try catch. If there is something wrong, we are gonna set our error here. error response data.message. I'll say const response. I'm going to call API request function, and it's going to be a post request. Let me import this quickly. And here we are going to pass our data. If we have any error, we show it here. Let's try. I'm going to register. In promise, probably I forgot adding await. Okay. It's going to be an async function. And of course, we are going to write here our endpoint, users, auth, and register. Okay, let's try again. User from client. I'm gonna register. Okay, we didn't import bcrypt. I'm gonna open my controller and import bcrypt. Let's try again. Okay, there is no problem. If I open my collection and users, I'm gonna scroll down, and as you can see, user from client. Okay, awesome. Right now we can take care of the login process. Let's refresh the page, close this console and here. And again, I'm gonna do exactly the same thing. But this time we are just gonna get the username and password. Let me check. Okay, this is email, so we don't need username. If there is no email or password, we are gonna send this error. And this time we are gonna compare our passwords. We are gonna check the password inside our database, and we are gonna compare that with this plain password. To do that, again, we are gonna be using bcrypt, and we are gonna be using its compare method. So I'll say const is password correct, await bcrypt compare, and we are gonna pass here our password. And we are going to check our password in the database. To do that, let's check our user, const user. We are going to fetch our user from the database. So I'll say find one and pass here my condition. And it's going to be the email. And if there is no user with this email, we can send an error. I'm going to copy this, paste here, and let's say 401. Invalid email or password. We can delete here. Right now we can pass here the user password, but remember in the database its name is hashed password, and we can control our password here. If it's not correct, again we are gonna return this error, and if everything is okay, we can return our user. Let's console log response.data. Of course, we have two types here, the register form and the login form. So we can change here. So I will say if it's register, here is gonna be register. If not, it's gonna be login. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna open my console and let's remember again. User from client at gmail.com. I can actually close here and here. And our password is this text. I'm gonna send. Okay, it refreshed our page. Because we didn't use here on submit. Let's try again. I'm gonna log in, and as you can see, our user information is here. Okay, awesome. So right now, let's make our application more secure. To do that, we are gonna be using JSON Web Token, and after the authentication, we are gonna send an encrypted token, and we are gonna store this on our browser's cookie. And using that token, we'll be able to create new posts, comments, we'll be able to delete them. And most importantly, if we try to delete some other users' posts, we are not going to be allowed because it's going to check our token and get the user ID. And if the user IDs are not equal, it's going to return an error. When we create, you are going to understand better. So I will open my console and install JSON Web Token. npm install JWT. Of course, not JWT, JSON Web Token. And we are going to import JWT from JSON Web Token. Okay, let's close this terminal and create our cookie. Let me give a space here. And after checking our password, finally, we can create a token jwt.sign. And we are going to pass here any user information we want. And as I said, we are going to pass our user ID. And we are going to pass here a secret key. You can write anything you want, but let's store this in our env file. I'll say JWT secret. And let's say Lama Dev. Of course, it should be stronger, but it's just a tutorial. We can use it like that. Process env JWT secret. Okay, right now inside our response, we can set a cookie. The cookie name will be token, and its value will be the token we created. And we can write our options here. I'll say HTTP only. So we won't be able to change this token using any JavaScript code. So it's going to be more secure. I'll say secure. When we are in the production, it's going to be true. But since we are using localhost, it's going to be false. So let's write here, if process env, not env equals production, it's going to be true. If not, it's going to be false. And we can pass here maximum age. Let's set this as 30 days. Just like that. Let's see. I'm going to open my console, login, and as you can see, nothing has changed because our application doesn't allow us to send any cookies. To prevent this, I'm going to open my index.js, and inside the course middleware, I'm going to add my option. And I'll say credentials true. And I'm going to open my API request file, and here I'll say with credentials and true. So whenever we make a request, we'll be able to get and set cookies. I'm going to log in, and as you can see, our token is here. And this is our encrypted token. And remember, inside this token, we are hiding our user ID. So whenever we need our user ID, we can decrypt and use that ID wherever we want. So right now, I can do the same thing for the register. I'm gonna copy this and paste here. So after the registration, we don't have to log in again. So I'm gonna open my authentication page. And after the successful request, we'll be redirected to home page. To do that, we are going to be using React Router use navigate hook. Use navigate. Let's import. That comes from React Router. Okay. I'll say navigate to the home page. We can delete this console. Let's try again. What was the name? I'm gonna copy, paste, and the password. I'm gonna log in, and as you can see, we are on the home page. But how we are gonna get our user information? We are gonna need our user image. By the way, I can't click here. There is something wrong. Let's open our top bar. We have the user button here. Let's cut this and create here a div and use our function here. Okay, we are going to get the username and also we'll be able to log out. Let's handle this first. I'm going to open my user controller, and when we log out, we are going to delete our cookie. I'll just say response clear cookie and the name of the cookie, which is token. After that, I will say response status 200 and the message will be logout successful. Let's use it here on our button. I'm going to create my function here and the logout is going to be async, and I'll say await API request post method and the endpoint users auth and logout. We are using a post method, but we are not going to send anything, so I'm going to leave it empty. We can also use here try catch. If there is any error, show it here. If you want to, you can show it somewhere here. So let's use it here on click event and handle logout. And of course, after that, we'll be navigated to the login page. So again, I'll say const navigate, use navigate hook. Navigate to the login page. Okay, let's try. Our token is here. I'm gonna log out, and as you can see, it's gone. Okay, awesome, it works. So right now we can get our user information. Whenever we log in or register, we are gonna store our user information. To do that, you can use React Context API, but for this tutorial, let's use a state management tool, because when we create a new post and choose an image, we'll be able to edit that image. And in that editing component, we are going to have tons of different states and we are going to change them constantly. And if your state changes too often, you shouldn't use Context API. We are going to use a state management tool. For the authentication, it's not a big deal, but let's use it here also. I'm going to open my terminal and install Zustand. It's my favorite state management tool. It's much easier than Redux. So let's come back and create our store. Let's actually open the documentation. Just search for Zustand, and after you are going to see this website. And after the installation, we can create our stores just like that. We are going to give a name for our store. We are going to write here our initial state. At the beginning, the current user will be null. And after that, we are going to create here a function and change our state. When we create, you are going to understand better. I'm just going to copy here. And let's create our store. I'm going to paste my code. And let's say use auth store. Here is going to be current user. I'll say null. And let's say set current user. And we are going to get the new user from the backend and set it to our current user. Just like that. And when we log out, it's going to be null again. So let's say remove current user. And it's going to be null. And also, when we update our user information, we can update the user also. So let's say update current user. We are going to get the updated user from the backend and set our user here. It's that easy. Let's export this. Use auth store. Okay, let's use it. I'm gonna come here. Remember, we are returning our new user, and before navigating, we can set our current user. Let's import const set current user function from use auth star. And here we are going to pass response.data. Let's see it here. Again, I'm going to be using use auth star. But this time we are going to call the current user. So we don't need this anymore. Let's import and console log. I'm going to come back, login, open my console. Our token is here. And as you can see, there is an object here. Okay, this is our gallery list. Here, okay, it should show our current user. Of course, new user will be here. Just like that. Let's try again. Okay, we don't have the link here, by the way. User button, and here we are going to be using React Router link, and here is going to be to and the login page. Okay, let's log in again. And as you can see, our user is here. So if there is any image, we can use it here. And when we click on this profile, we can open the profile page using the username. But there is something important here. If I refresh my page, as you can see, user is not here anymore. To persist our data, we are going to be using a Zustand middleware. And let's import persist. And let's use it here. Just like that. Right now, I'm going to log in one more time. And if I refresh my page, and as you can see, it's here. Okay, awesome. Right now, we can use our user information here. Current user dot image. If it doesn't exist, oops, this is the arrow image. Let's get this back and use it here. Okay, and we can use a link here. Profile and the username. Okay. And right now, when we log out, we are going to delete our user information. So let's import remove current user and use it here. I'm going to log out, come back, and as you can see, it's not here anymore. Okay. So this is how we implement authentication. Right now we are ready to add a new comment. I'm gonna log in last time. Open any pin here and add my comment. Let's come back, close everything, and open our comment form. Firstly, let's take care of this emoji. When I write here something and choose an emoji, I want to add it here. To do that, I'm going to create one more state. Let's say description, set description. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty string. And whenever we change our input, we are going to set our description here. So I will say on change. We'll get the event and set our state. And the value will be description. Let me close this menu. And now, when we choose any emoji, again, we are going to update our description. To do that, we are going to be using on emoji click function. Let's say handle emoji click. Let's create our function here. Let's see what it's going to send. Let's come back, choose an emoji. By the way, we have to fix here, but before, let's test. I'm going to click, open my console. It returns this emoji. So we can use it and set our description. So I will say set description, take the previous text and add here emoji.emoji. And after that, we can close our emoji picker. Just like that. Let's write any text, choose an emoji, and perfect. If you want to, you can give a space. Okay, right now we can send our description to database. Let's create our route and controller. I'll open my comment route, create a new one. It's going to be a post request. And let's say add comment. Let's create. Just like that. We are going to get the description and the pin ID from request body and create a new comment. We are going to pass here the description, the pin ID, and let's remember our model again. As you can see, we are going to also need our user. But how we are going to reach our user ID? Remember, it's inside our cookie token. Let's get our token first. Token, request, cookies, and the cookie name, token. I'll say if token doesn't exist, that means we are not authenticated. So we can return a response. Status will be 401, and we can return our error message. Let's say not authenticated. And after that, if we have the token, we have to verify this first, because if we make any changes on our token, if I delete anything or add a new character, it's not going to be valid anymore. Again, we are going to be using JWT. Let's import JWT from JSON Web Token. And we are going to be using the verify method here. We are going to pass our token and the secret key, process env JWT secret. And it's going to check our token. If it's not valid, it's going to return an error. If it's valid, it's going to return our payload. Remember, when we create a new token, we store here our user ID. Basically, this is our payload. And using that payload, we can get the user ID and use it here. So I'll say user payload.user ID. And after that, we can return a response and send our comment. And I'll say if there is any error, response status 403. That means there is a token, but it's not valid. Token is invalid. Okay. this is how we get our user ID from the token. But since we are going to need this verification everywhere, for example, when we create a post, delete, update, when we follow user, so what we are going to do here is we are going to create a middleware and verify our token in that middleware. So let's move this outside, copy this code, and create a middleware. I'll say verify token, and let's say export const verify token, request response, and if you are using a middleware, you should also use here next. I'm going to explain this, don't worry, and paste our code here. I can remove this and use here next. But before, if the validation is successful, we can assign our user ID to request. It's going to be payload.userid. So right now we can use our middleware in the route file, comment route, and verify token. Let's import. Basically, when we make a post request, firstly, it's going to visit our verify token function. It's going to check the token. If there is any error, it's going to return a response. If not, it's going to assign our user ID to request. And when we use next, that means you can visit the next function, which is add comment. And inside this function, we can reach our username using request user ID. Const user ID equals request.userid. So we can use it here and send our response. Of course, it should be comment.create, and let's see. But there is something important here. Since we get our token from the cookie, it's going to send this string, but we should transform this into an object. To do that, we are going to be using a library called cookie parser. So I'll say npm install cookie parser. Make sure that it's the backend. Right now, I'm going to open my index file, import my cookie parser, just like that, and use it here. app.use cookie parser. And that's all. Let's try. I'm going to open my comment form. I'll say on submit, handle submit. Event prevent default. And let's make our request. I'll say async const response await API request. Let's import this. We are going to make a post request. The endpoint will be comments, and we are going to pass our description here. So I will say description, this description, and also we are going to need the pin ID, remember. Let's get this from the parent. I'm going to open comments. We have the ID here, and I'm going to pass it here, ID. Let's take this and use it here. Let's try. I'm going to close this console, write here a test, and enter. Let's open our console. Okay, there is an error. Oh, we didn't import JWT. I'm just going to cut this and use it on my verify token file. I should actually create an ESLint configuration, but anyway, it can stay. I'm gonna enter, As you can see, there is no error. If I refresh my page, as you can see, our message is here. But as you realize, to see our comment, we have to refresh the page. But I want to see it here immediately after writing our comment. To do that, we are going to be using 10-stack mutations. Let's search for mutation here. As you can see, we are going to be using use mutation hook. We'll create our mutation function. Again, we will make the API request, and if it's successful, we are going to revalidate our list here. Let's try. I'm going to copy, open my comment form, and create here our mutation. Let's import. I'm going to grab this and create here my mutation function. I'll say add comment, async function, we'll get the comment, const response, and pass here our comment, and return response.data. Let's use it here. Mutation function will be add comment, and if it's successful, we are going to revalidate our comment list. To do that, we are going to need the query client. Query client that comes from use query client hook from 10-stack React query. And using this client, we'll be able to revalidate our list. So I'll say invalidate queries, and inside I'm going to write the query key. Remember, in the comments component, our query key is comments and this ID. So we are going to be using exactly the same ID. If we do that, it's going to refresh our data here. So we can see our comment. And after that, we can reset our form. Let's say set description is going to be empty again. And if the emoji is open, we are going to close that. Okay, so right now, let's use our mutation here instead of sending our API request. So I will say mutation.mutate, and we are going to send our data here, description, and the pin ID. And it's going to send this data to our function, and our function is going to make this request. If everything is okay, it's going to revalidate our comments for this post ID. Let's save and see. I'm going to refresh. I'll say hello and enter. And as you can see, it's here. This is what we want. Let's try this emoji. Okay, awesome. So right now, let's do the same thing for this follow button. We are going to make a request and revalidate our data here. But we don't have the follow collection. Let's create. I'm going to close everything. Scroll up. And inside models, I'm going to create a new one. Let's say follow. Let's copy one of our schemas and paste. It's going to be follow schema and the collection name. And inside the follow schema, we are going to have the follower, and its type will be a user ID. So I will say schema types object ID, and the reference will be user. Required will be true, and here is going to be following user. If you want to, you can create here followers and store all the user IDs inside this array. But imagine thousands of followers. So when you fetch a user, your query will be much slower. To prevent this, we are creating here a new schema, and we are going to pass the follower and the following IDs here. Okay, so let's create here a new route. I'll say follow, and here we are gonna pass the username. Let's say follow user, create our function. We'll get the username. Firstly, we will find the user, and we are gonna check if we already follow this user or not. If we already follow, we are gonna unfollow. If not, we are gonna follow. So I will say is following, await the follow model. Let's import. And we are gonna check if it exists, and the follower ID will be our user ID, and the following ID will be this user's ID. Remember, to get our user ID, we should verify our token first. So I'm gonna come here and say verify token. Let's import just like that. And now we can write here request user ID. And I'll say if is following, we are gonna unfollow. So I'll say await follow delete one, and right here our condition, it's gonna be exactly the same. If not, we are gonna create a new one. And let's say successful. And if you remember, on the profile page, we fetched the user information here, but we didn't fetch the follower numbers and the following numbers. And also we are gonna need here the information if we already followed this user or not. So let's change our controller here. So after finding this user, we are gonna get the follower and the following counts. Await count documents, and we are gonna pass here the user ID. I will do the same thing for the following. And this time here is gonna be follower. And also we are gonna send if we already followed this user or not, but there is something important. If we are not authenticated, we can still see this profile page. In this case, we are not gonna see this button, so we don't need that information. So I'm not gonna be using verify token here. Instead, let's see here if we are authenticated or not. If we are authenticated, we are gonna get the user ID and check if we already followed this user or not. So let's open verify token, copy here, and paste. And if token doesn't exist, we are just gonna send this user information. The follower count and the following count, and is following will be false because we are not authenticated. But if we have the token, we are gonna verify our JWT, and if there is no error, we are gonna check if we already followed this user or not. So I'll say const is exists, await follow collection exists, and pass here our condition. The follower will be this payload user ID. This is our ID, and the following will be the user ID. In this case, we can return our response, but this time, if it exists, we are going to return true. If not, we are going to return false. Okay. Let's get this information. I'm going to open my profile page. And right now, we can use our data.follower count, following count. As you can see, they are 0. And we can write our condition here. If data is following, let's see, what was that? Okay, is following. Let's say unfollow. If not, follow. Okay. So right now, when I click this button, we are gonna make a request to this endpoint. Let's do that. Actually, let's create here a new component. Follow button. And use this button here. Let's import follow button, and we are gonna pass here is following, data.isFollowing, and also we are gonna send the username, data.username. Okay, let's take our props, is following, and username, and use it here. Right now we can create our mutation. Remember, I'm going to open my command form, copy this mutation, and paste it here. Let's import them. I will create my mutation function. Let's say follow user. Let's create it here. Async function. And we are going to get the username and make our request. Const response await API request is going to be a post request. The endpoint will be users follow and the username. Of course, we should use a backtick here, and we are going to return response.data. And if it's successful, we are going to refresh our user information. Let's remember our unique key, profile username, and when we click here, we are going to run our mutation, mutation.mutate, and pass here our username. If you want to, you can disable this button after clicking. I'll say disabled if mutation is pending. Let's open our CSS and find our button. Remember, it's the last child. And I'll say if the last child is disabled, the cursor will be not allowed. And I'm going to reduce the opacity. It's going to be 50%. Okay. Let's try. I'm going to click. Right now we are following. Let's see our database. I'm going to refresh. Follows. And it's here. This is our ID, and this is the other user's ID. If I refresh the page, as you can see, it's still here, and it has 1 followers right now. If I unfollow, and awesome. This is how we mutate data using React query. Right now, we can take care of the most important part, the create page. So let's close everything here. and close everything here. And let's open our create page. And firstly, if we are not authenticated, we shouldn't see this page. So I'm gonna be navigated to the login page. Firstly, let's get our current user. That comes from use Auth store. Let's import from utils and Auth store. I'll also import use navigate hook. And it comes from React router. Okay, let's write here our condition. If there is no current user, navigate and the login page. Let's call our navigate hook. But there is something wrong here, because when our component renders, React expects a JSX file, but we are not returning anything here, we are just navigating. To prevent any possible error, we can use here useEffect hook. And whenever we render our component, we are going to be navigated to login page. So I will say navigate and the current user. Okay. And right now we can choose our image. When I click here, we'll be able to choose our image. To do that, we are going to be using a file input here. So after this upload, let's create our input. It's going to be a file. Let's say ID file. And whenever we choose an image, we are going to store that into our file state. So I will say file set file. Use state hook. At the beginning, it's going to be null. And when we change our input on change, we are going to get our file and set it to our state. So I'll say event target files and the first file. Okay, our input is here. We can choose images. But instead of this input, we can use this div. So let's hide our input first. I'll say hidden, and I'm gonna transform this div into a label, and HTML4 will be the ID of the file input, which is file. So right now, when I click here, it's gonna trigger our file input. Okay, awesome. And right now, after choosing a file, I want to see it here. To do that, we should create an image URL first. So let's say const preview image, actually image URL, and I will say URL, create object URL, and our file here. And I will say if we have the preview URL, show it here. So I will say if there is an URL, show here a div. If not, show this label and this input. There's a warning because we don't have any parent div. Let's create here React fragments and close here. And awesome. Let's give a class name here. I'll say preview. And inside we are going to pass our image, preview image URL, and also I want to see here my edit button. So I'll say another div, edit icon, and inside let's call our image component and pass our SVG here. General folder edit.svg. Okay. By the way, if we don't have any file, we can return null. But where is my set file? Okay, I deleted by mistake, I think. Let's edit again. Set file and our target. let's see. I'm going to choose this image, and as you can see, it's here. Of course, we are going to give a style. Let's open our CSS file here. And here, let's add our new class name. Before this form, I'll say preview, and size will be exactly the same. Remember, 375. And I'll say position relative, because remember, for this icon, we are going to be using position absolute. But before, let's take care of our image. I'm going to choose the image, and I'll say border radius 32, and the width will be 100%. And for this icon, let's add our position, top and right. The background will be white. We can give our sizes and center everything inside. Let's give some padding, and it's going to be a circle. And cursor pointer. Okay, let's see. And perfect. So right now, when I click on this button, we are going to change our page and we are going to see our editing option. So let's create one more state here. And it's going to be is editing. Set is editing. At the beginning, it's going to be false. And here, if it's editing, we can change this title. In this case, I'll say design your pin. If not, create pin. And here, if it's editing, I'll say done. If not, that means we can see our form, so we can publish. And for this bottom section, we are going to change everything. So I'm going to write my condition here. If it's editing, we are going to show our editing component. Let's create. Let's say editor. And CSS. Okay, let's use it here. I'm going to close my menu and I'll say use editor. If it's not, use this div. Let's import. Components and editor. Okay. So when we click on our edit button here, we are going to change our state. And I'll say set is editing and it's going to be true. Let's choose an image. Click here, and as you can see, our editor and our title and this button have changed. Okay, awesome. So let's see what we are going to have in this editor. I'm going to choose an image. And as you can see, we have three sections: our layers, our workspace, and options. If I choose a text here, we'll be able to add a text. And we'll be able to see all the options here. We can increase the size, change the color. And for the canvas, we'll be able to change the image size and its background again. So let's create our sections first. I'm going to come back, open my menu, and for each section, I'm going to create different component because we have here tons of different states. Whenever I change any states, I don't want to re-render all my component. So let's create layers, workspace, and options components. We can do this inside the editor component. workspace, and options. Okay, let's save them and use them here. Of course, not here inside our editor component. I'm gonna close this menu, and inside, let's say layers, workspace, and options. Okay, and for these layers, we are gonna need our image. As you can see, it's here, here, and also we are gonna need this for this size options. And also we are gonna need its width and height to take care of this size. So instead of taking only this image URL, we can create a new image and take the URL, its width and height. To do that, I'll say use effect. And if there is a file, we are going to create a new image. So let's say a new state, preview image, set preview image. At the beginning, it's going to be null, and we are going to set here a new image. Let's create our image first. I'll say new image, but be careful here. Since we are using the image component, there will be a conflict. So let's change this name. I'll say IK image. Okay. And after creating a new image, we can pass our file inside. I will say image source will be. We'll do exactly the same thing. Create object URL and pass here our file. And after that, after loading our image, we'll be able to get the width and height. So I will say on load. We are gonna set our image, preview image, and inside, let's pass the URL. It's gonna be exactly the same. Or you can use image source, doesn't matter. And the width will be image width. And the height will be image height. So right now we can use our image URL here. Actually, we can say URL at the beginning empty, width 0 and height 0. Okay. If we have a file, we are gonna update. So we can send our image to our editor here. Preview image will be preview image. Let's take this as a prop and send it to our other components. Okay, let's separate our editor first. It's gonna be Flexbox. And as you can see, this workspace is bigger than this component and this component. So let's say here and here is 1 unit, and this component is 3 units. So I will open my editor here, editor CSS, and I'll say display flex, gap between items. And for the left side, which is layers, I'll say flex 1. Workspace will be flex 3. And options will be 1 again. Okay, let's give our class names. Okay, there is something wrong. because at the beginning it's trying to create this image, but we don't have any file yet. So I'll say if file exists, create a new image. Okay, I can refresh. We don't have any problem. If I choose any image, okay, it's not visible. Of course, it's gonna be URL. Okay, so when I click here, we can see all our components, and let's take care of the first one. So I will open layers, and inside I'm gonna add a title, layers title. It's gonna be layers, and after let's create a p tag and select a layer to edit. And after that we can add our single layers. Let's create an image container, layer image. The path will be general text.png. And I'm gonna add a span, and let's say add text. Okay, so let's add one more layer. By the way, this span will be here after the image container. And I'm gonna add a new one. And instead of using an image, we are gonna show here a background color. We will handle this later. Let's change this title, and it's gonna be canvas. And since the canvas color will be dynamic, let's see here. As you can see, it's blue, but when I change the color, it's gonna change. So we are not gonna be using CSS. Instead, let's say style and the background color. For now, let's say teal. After we are gonna make this dynamic. Of course, we don't have any size. Let's give our style. Firstly, they are gonna be vertical. Flex direction will be column. Gap between each item, and I will say margin top. I'm gonna give a space here. Okay. What about this title and p tag? I'm gonna choose my title tag. Font size will be 20, and the font weight will be a little bit bigger. And this text will be smaller, and the color will be gray. So let's say 14 pixels. Color will be gray, and I'm gonna give margin top. Okay, so let's take care of our single layers. Firstly, I'm gonna separate my items using gap. I'm gonna give some padding, border radius, and the cursor will be pointer. Let's change the font weight and the font size. Okay, so when we hover over, I'm gonna change its color, and also if it's selected, the color will be gray, just like that. If I choose this one, it's gonna be gray. So let's say if layer hover, and also if layer is selected, the background color will be this gray color. Okay, let's take care of this image so we can see our color. Layer image, I'm gonna give my sizes, border radius 8 pixels, and overflow will be hidden, so we can see this radius. Okay, awesome. Let's give our image size here. Remember, we can use width and height. Okay, awesome. So right now, let's create our first global style, and it's gonna be selected layer. I'm saying global because it's also gonna affect our workspace and options. So instead of using a useState hook and sharing the state between each child here, let's create a global state using Zustand. Remember how we are using. We already used this for the authentication. So right now we are gonna store our image editor states. Let's copy this, create a new one, and I will say editor store. I'm gonna paste, close my menu. We don't have to persist anything. So I'm gonna delete this. And I'm gonna create my first state, and it's gonna be selected layer. And at the beginning, it's gonna be canvas. Let's remove them for now and change the name, and it's gonna be use editor or editor store. And when we click on any of these divs, we are going to change our selected layer. So let's create our function. We are going to get the new layer. Let's say new to understand better. And I will say set. The selected layer will be whatever we pass here. It can be canvas or text. Let's use this here on our editor and the layer component here. So I will say const selected layer, use editor store, and we can write a condition for the class names. Remember, if it's selected, the background will be gray. So I will say in any case it's gonna be layer, but if the selected layer equals text, it's gonna be selected. If it's not, it's gonna be an empty string. And for this one, for the second one, it's gonna be canvas. And since we are using canvas for the initial state, it's gonna be selected. So even if I refresh the page, choose any image, as you can see, it's gray. And when I click here, we are gonna change our state. So let's say on click, let's create a function handle selected layer, and we are going to pass here text. And for the second one, it's going to be canvas. Let's create this function here. We are going to get the layer name and update our state using set selected layer. Okay. Let's choose, and awesome, it works. And what about our workspace? This color will be gray, and we are going to see here a canvas that we can see the changes. So I will come back. Let's actually close everything and open again workspace and our CSS. And inside, I'm going to create my canvas, and inside we are going to pass our image. Remember, we have the preview image, and we are going to be using its URL. Let's come here, find our workspace, and I'm going to center everything and give a background. Display flags, align item center, justify content center, and the background color will be our gray color. And I'm going to give some padding, 64 on the top and bottom, and 0 from left and right. Okay, let's give a fixed size for our canvas. Again, it's going to be exactly the same size. Remember, 375. So even if we change the size here, the width will be always the same, as you can see. So we can give a fixed size here. I'll say canvas. In any case, it's going to be 375. I'm going to give some border radius, overflow hidden, so we can see our radius. Let's center our image inside, because when we change our size, it's always going to be centered, as you can see. And after, I'll say position relative, because for the text, we are going to be using absolute positioning. Let's choose our image. Width will be 100%. Okay. Right now, we can add our text here. To do that, again, we are going to be using our global state. Let's remember again. When I click here, we are going to add a new text, and we will be able to change its size and color. And also, we will be able to change its position. So let's open our store again. I'm going to open it here. And let's say text options. Firstly, we are going to have the text at the beginning. It's going to be an empty string, so we will not see it here. And I'm going to give a font size, a color. At the beginning, it's going to be black. But don't write here black. You have to use its code, because we are going to add it to our image. And we are going to write its positions. At the beginning, it's going to be 0. And we can update our options. So I'll say set text options. We'll get the new options and set our state. Text options will be new options. And also, when we click on this text layer, we are going to add a new text. So let's say add text. In this case, we are going to set our text options again. But this time, I'll say text will be add text, and the others will be the same. Okay, let's create our text here. And after, we are going to give the style. Firstly, I'm going to get the text from the store. So let's say use editor star, and I will say text options. And after this div, I'm going to write my condition. If text option and text exists, I'm going to create here a div, and inside we'll have an input, and its value will be text options.text. And whenever we write something inside this input, we are going to change our state. So I'll say on change event, set text options. Let's import this first. I'm going to use it here, and I'll say take the previous text options and change the text. And it's going to be event target and value. So let's open our layer, and let's say add text. What was the name? Okay, add text. And when we click on this first layer, we are going to add a new text. So I will say if the layer name equals text, add a new text. And as you can see, our input is here. Okay, so let's move it here on our canvas. Firstly, I'm going to give a class name. Let's say text. And also, I'm going to add here a delete button. I'm going to add my image. The path will be general delete.svg. And when we click on this delete button, we are going to delete this text again. So I'll say on click, set text options. We are going to leave all the text options, but we are going to change the text, and it's going to be an empty string. Let me actually make this smaller so we can see here better. And let's give our style. So I will say text. Its position will be absolute. I'm going to give z index. So it's going to be over everything. I'm going to give maximum width. And let's give a border 1 pixel dashed. And let's say red. And right now, using our directions, we can show it on our canvas. Remember, inside our options, we have the top and left. We can use them. Since they are dynamic, we are going to be using inner style. So I will say left, text options dot left, top, exactly the same. And also I'm going to be using font size. And it's going to be text options dot font size. And I'm going to add here pixel. Because remember, it's just a number. I'm just going to add here pixel. I can also change my input color. Oh, sorry, this is the input. So it's going to be here for the text. Because its position is absolute. And for the input, I'll say color text options dot color. Okay, awesome. 0 to 0. If you want to, you can make this a little bit bigger. So we can see our corner here. Let's get rid of this input background and border and take care of our delete SVG. So I'm going to open my CSS again and I'm going to choose my input. Border none, outline none. I'm going to change the background. It's going to be transparent. And I'll say font size. And it's going to come from the parent. So I'll say inherit. I'll say cursor and grab because we'll be able to move our input. And I'll say width 100%. What about the delete button? Again, position will be absolute. I'm going to give the top position minus 36. Right will be 0. Background will be white. Let's give our sizes and center everything. I'm going to give some padding, 8 pixels, and it's going to be a circle. Let's say cursor pointer, and I'm going to save. Okay, awesome. When I click, okay, it should be empty. Everything is right. And here, oh, I forgot writing set. Let's add a new text. It's here. We can change this value and remove. Okay, awesome. If I click again, it's here. This is how it works. So what about our options? For each layer, we are going to have different options. So I'm going to open my component, close others, and inside, I'm going to write my condition. Of course, to do that, we are going to need the selected layer. So I'll say const use editor and selected layer. And I'll say if it equals text, we are going to show here text options. If not, we are going to show the canvas options. Let's create a div and here. Okay, so let's write here our first option. I'll say editing option, and it's going to be font size. And after that, we can create an input that we can change the font size. So its type will be a number, and the value will be text options and font size. Let's import. And also we are gonna set font size. And when we change, we are gonna update. So I will say get all the previous options, but change the font size. And it's gonna be event target value. Okay, let's create another one. Again, editing option, and its title will be color. And now I'm gonna create a circle here that we can see the text color. And when I click on that div, we are gonna show here our color picker. To do that, we are gonna need a library. Let's open our terminal. And for the client, I'll say npm install React colorful. Let's import hex color picker from React colorful. Okay. So let's create here a div, text color, and inside, let's say color preview. I can close it like that. And we can write here our inner style because we are going to be using our state. So let's say background color, text options dot color. And when we click here, we are going to show our picker. So let's create a use state hook. I'll say is color picker open. And at the beginning it's going to be false. Let's import, fix this typo, and let's use it here. I'll say if it's open, show here hex color picker. Actually, I can create here a parent div. And let's say color picker. So right now, when we click on this preview, we are going to change our state. Set is color picker open. We are going to take the previous value and write here the opposite. So if it's false, it's going to be open. So we'll be able to see our color picker. And when we choose any color, we are going to set our state. Firstly, its color will be text options dot color. And when we change, we are going to update our state. We are going to get the color, set text options, and again, take the previous values and change the color. Color will be color, and since we are using exactly the same name, we can leave it like that. Let's see. I'm going to choose a text. Okay, it's not here. Let's write here canvas options. Okay, it's here. That means we cannot see our selected layer because it's a function. Okay, awesome. So let's give our style. I'm gonna open my CSS here. And after these options, I'm gonna write editing option. Firstly, I'm gonna give here margin top. So we can see a space here. And here I'll say flex direction column. And I'm gonna separate my items. And margin bottom will be 16 pixels. And let's choose the span. Editing option and span. Remember, it's the title. And the font weight will be 500. Just like that. What about this input? Editing option and input. I'm gonna give a border, 1 pixel solid, and a gray color. I'm gonna give a border radius, 8 pixels, and a huge padding. Just like that. Now what about this color? Let's see our text color here. I'll say position relative because the color picker will be absolute. Firstly, I want to change this color preview. I'm gonna give a size. It's gonna be a circle and cursor pointer, just like that. So when I click, as you can see, color picker is here. If you want to, you can change its position using color picker. Position will be absolute, top 120%, and left will be 0. Okay, it doesn't work because text color ends here. It should cover our color picker, just like that. As you can see, when I change here, it reflects on our image. Okay, awesome. And when I increase this font size, again, we can see the changes here. Okay. And what about canvas? Let's remember again. We have the orientation and the size. We can change the aspect ratio here and the background color. Let's do that. I will come back, and for the canvas options, I'm going to create my first option, editing option. I'm going to write the title. And let's create a div. We are going to have two options inside, the portrait or landscape. I think we don't have the SVGs, but for now, let's say P and L. P for portrait, L for landscape. And after that, I'm going to add my sizes and finally background color. After this option, let's create a new one. I'm going to give my title, let's say sizes, and we are going to have different size for each orientation. Let's create them here. I'll just copy and paste, and you can find them in the GitHub repository. I just don't want to waste time. Basically, for each orientation, I just created the sizes, and they are going to be exactly the same sizes here. For the portrait, we are going to have these options and the landscape. Let's use them. We can use their names. But before using them, we should also add here original. So I'll say the first size will be original. And for the others, we are going to use our arrays. But to do that, we are going to need our orientation first. Let's open our store and let's create our second option. And it's going to be canvas options. Firstly, we are going to have the canvas height, because according to this size, we are going to change the height. At the beginning, let's say 0. The orientation will be, let's say, empty string, because we don't know which image we are using. As soon as we load our image, we are going to check its size and decide its height and the orientation. At the beginning, let's say size original and the background color. I'm going to add here this green color, but we are going to change it. Let's add one more item here, and it's going to be set canvas options. We are going to get the new options, set canvas options will be the new options. Let me make this bigger. And let's check one more time. We have the height, orientation, size, and background. And remember, it has to be a hex color. And here we are going to get the new option from the client and set it to our canvas options. Of course, you can create more functions here. Instead of setting everything, for example, you can say set canvas size, and you can only change the size. But anyway, for everything, we are going to be using only one function. I'm going to save. So right now we can check the orientation. If it's portrait, we are going to be using this array. If it's not, we are going to be using this one. So I'm going to come here, and if the canvas options and orientation equals portrait, we are going to be using our first array, if not the second array. Let's import this, by the way. Canvas options and set canvas options. Okay. I'm going to be using React fragments here because we are going to be using a map. We need a parent. So I will say portrait sizes.map, and for each size, create here a div and write here size.name. Of course, we are going to need a unique key, and it's going to be exactly the same. And if it's not portrait, this time we are going to be using landscape sizes. Of course, React fragments again. And perfect. So right now we are going to be seeing the second one because it's not portrait. And as you can see, they are here. And finally, let's add our color. After this editing option, I'm going to add a new one. And let's say background color. I'm going to create a div. For the text, remember we were using text color, but this time we are going to be using background color. So I can edit here, just like that. And inside we are going to write exactly the same thing. We are going to have the color preview, and we will be able to change the color. But of course, this time it's going to be canvas options dot background color. Here is going to be the same. And when we change it, we are going to update canvas options, and the background color will be color. But it's not updating because we cannot see the changes here. Of course, it's going to be canvas options, and let's open layers. Oh, because if you remember, we didn't change here. So I'm going to be using canvas options. And use it here. Okay, awesome. So right now we can give our style and finally edit our image. So I'm going to open my CSS, and after them I'm going to choose the orientations and the sizes because they are going to be similar. They are going to be horizontal, this background, and if they are selected, the background of this single item will be white. So let's give a padding first and border radius. I'm going to change the background color, and I'll say display flags. Font size will be smaller, font weight will be bigger, and let's say with maximum content. And for each size and orientation, I'm going to give a padding and border radius, and let's give a minimum width And I'm gonna center my items inside. And the cursor will be pointer. Maybe we can reduce this padding here. Okay. And if they are selected, the background will be white. So let's grab them and select it. Background color will be white. So let's write our condition. This is the layers I'm gonna close here. And for the orientation, I'm gonna come here. It's gonna be orientation in any case, but we are gonna check our canvas options. If the orientation equals portrait, I'm just gonna close here, by the way, we can see better. I'm gonna add here selected, if not empty string. Let's do the same thing for the other one, but this time it's gonna be landscape. What about sizes? If the size is original, it's gonna be selected. So let's say size, check the canvas options and the size. If it equals original, it's gonna be selected. If not, empty string. Let's do the same thing for the others. Here, if the size equals the size name, remember they are here. And here. Okay, awesome. So right now, as soon as we load our image, we are gonna update our orientation. To do that, let's open our workspace and create a use effect. And I'm gonna add here the preview image. And we are gonna check our canvas options. And set canvas options. Remember, at the beginning, the height is 0, but as soon as we see our image, we are gonna update it. Remember, inside this image, we have the URL, width, and height, so we can use those sizes. Firstly, I'll say if the canvas options dot height equals 0, that means we are loading for the first time. So let's create a new height, canvas height. And remember, in any case, our width is 375 pixels. Using this value, we can create a new height because we already know the original size. So I will say 375 multiplied by preview image dot height divided by preview image dot width. Remember, this is our original size, height and width, and we already know the aspect ratio. And since our width here is 375 pixels, we can use exactly the same ratio and calculate our height. And also, using this height and width, we can decide if it's a portrait or landscape. So I'll say set canvas options. We are going to get all the previous options. And we are going to change the height. It's going to be our canvas height. And also, we are going to change the orientation. And I will say, if the canvas height bigger than 375, that means it's portrait. If not, landscape. Of course, we are going to need here the canvas options and set canvas options. You can use here your Zustand functions. It's not going to re-render your component because it never changes. But anyway, we have to add it here. Instead of this expression, of course, you can use this height and width. So right now, if I come here, you can see that it's landscape. So right now, whenever I change those sizes, I'm also going to change my canvas. So let's open our options again and write on click events. I'll say handle size click. And we are going to pass here the size. I'll do the same thing here. And also, when we click on this original, we are going to pass original. So we can send either original or one of these items. Okay, let's create. We are going to get the size and change our size, but before, let's do the same thing for the orientation. On click, handle orientation, click, and we are going to pass here portrait and landscape. Let's create. Okay, so let's see what we need to do here. I'm going to open my example, and as you can see, this is an horizontal image. And if I say original, this is our original size. And remember, the width is always the same, 375 pixels. And when I change any of these sizes, we are going to update our height. And as you can see, if the height is bigger than the original image height, we are going to add here a space on the top and bottom. And we are going to see this background color 1:1. And if I open the portrait mode, and as you can see, using this width, the height will be twice bigger than our width. And for the other ones. And if I choose original here, we'll keep the original width and add here a height. When we create, you are going to understand better. So if we don't have this original, we can drag the right here a new height, let's say const new height. So right now we can use the aspect ratio. Remember, in the size we have the width and height. Since we have the fixed width, using this aspect ratio, we can change our height. So I will say 375 multiplied by size.height divided by size.width. And we can set our canvas options. Take the previous canvas options. The size name will be size.name, and the height of the canvas will be the new height. So right now, for our canvas, remember it's here, we can use this height. So I will say style. The height will be canvas options dot height, and the background color will be again canvas options dot background color. Okay, I'm gonna save and let's see. I'm gonna choose this one. As you can see, it's smaller. This one is bigger. This time it's bigger than the original image, so we can see our background. We can change it here. Perfect. But remember, we also have here the original. So if it's the landscape, it's going to be our original image because it's already horizontal. But for this portrait, we are going to change the height according to this width. So instead of using const here, let's create our new height like this. And right here an if block. So I will say if the size equals original, we are going to make some calculations. If not, we are going to update the new height. So firstly, we are going to check its orientation. If the canvas options dot orientation equals portrait, the new height will be exactly the same. But if not, the new height will be 375 multiplied by size width, and here is going to be height. So basically, if the original image is horizontal, okay, this is not our example. So if it's an landscape image, and when it's landscape, we are not going to change anything, but if we use the opposite orientation to make this vertical, we will have to change its height. Or if we add a vertical image, we don't have yet, let me just add. Okay, I'm gonna try again, they are here. And this time, by default, is portrait, but if I choose landscape, we are gonna change its height according to this width. By the way, why there is no original here? That's interesting. But anyway, we are gonna use the original image. So let's come back. Okay, it didn't change. Because we are using size here, of course it should be preview image. Let's get this as a prop. Because if it's the original size, we should be using the original sizes. By the way, let's say the original image is horizontal, let's say 100 to 200. In this case, the new height will be smaller. So here is going to be width and height. And here is going to be height and width. Because remember, if the original image is horizontal and we choose portrait, the new height should be bigger. So we can see our image on the middle. But if it's already horizontal, which is landscape, when I click here, we are going to see our original image. Okay, so let's take care of this orientation. We'll do exactly the same thing, but this time I'll say new height directly. And if this orientation equals portrait, we are going to be using this value. If it's not, we are going to be using this value. Just like that. And after that, let me give a space here. Set canvas options. And whenever we change our orientation, the size will be original. We are going to drag to pass our orientation. And finally, our height. And of course, the previous canvas options. Okay, let's see. Let's choose this one. Perfect. But even if I am on this 1:1 size, if I change the orientation, it's gonna go back to original. Okay, it works. This is what we want. And let's quickly take care of our text here. Basically, I can grab this text and move it on my canvas. So let's open our workspace, close the others. And for the canvas, I'm gonna be using on mouse move. Let's create a function. Two more, and it's gonna be on mouse up and on mouse leave. And for this text, we are gonna be using on mouse down. Let's create them, and after I'm gonna explain. Handle mouse move. Mouse move. Let's create the others. Up. And down. Let's see, I'm gonna open my console. And as you can see, whenever I move my mouse on my canvas, it shows the event. If I click, it shows mouse up. If I leave my canvas, it's gonna run our leave function. And if I grab my text, move and leave it, firstly, it's gonna show mouse down because we are clicking on our text here. And whenever we leave our fingers, it's gonna run this function. So what I want to do is, I want to change my text position according to position of my cursor. So when I grab, it's gonna start moving, and when I leave, it's gonna leave on this position. Let's do that. Firstly, let's create our refs. You can use event listener, but since we are using React, it's better to use ref hook, const item ref, use ref hook that comes from React. At the beginning, it's going to be null. And I will do the same thing for my container, which is my canvas. And after that, we are going to create the offset, use ref, and I'm going to write the X position and the Y position. I'm going to explain them, don't worry. And let's use them here. For the canvas, I'll say ref, container ref. Okay, what was the name? Oh, what did I write here? Container ref. And for the item, we are going to be using item ref, and whenever we click on our item, we are going to change our offset. So I will say offset.current. I'm doing this because our initial point is the beginning of our item here, 0 to 0, but I don't have to start clicking here. I can click here, 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 here. So basically, we have to calculate the difference between this initial point and the position of my cursor. So let's come here, and I will say the cursor position client X minus text options dot left position. And I will do the same thing for the Y. Client Y and top. Let's add a comma. And by the way, even if the canvas is selected, when I click here, we are going to change our layer and we are going to select this text. So let's say set selected layer, and it's going to be text. Let's use it here. Okay, but there is something important here. Since we move only this input, we don't care the mouse move on my image here. Let's open our console again. And when I move on my canvas, as you can see, it's counting. But we don't need that because we are going to need the position only after I grab this input. So let's come back and I'm going to create here one more ref. And it's going to be, let's say, dragging. At the beginning, it's going to be false. And when we click on our item, dragging.current will be true. So we can start counting. And when we leave our mouse, again, it's going to be false. And we can stop counting. It's going to be false. I can do the same thing when we leave our canvas. And right now, our application will be faster. And now, when we move our mouse, we can update our position. Firstly, I will say if dragging current doesn't exist, don't do anything. So I will say return, and I will say set text options. We are going to get all the previous options, and I will say left client x minus offset. I will do the same thing for the top. Client y, current y. Again, we are doing this because if we don't use offset, the text box will immediately jump to the cursor position. We don't want to do that. By the way, why we have this error? Oh, it's going to be equal, of course. We are changing this offset. Let's try. I'm going to add a new text. Let's open our console. As you can see, I'm moving, but it's not working. But if I grab this, as you can see, I can move wherever I want. And if I leave, it's gonna stay there. Of course, we cannot see the move because I removed console lock. Okay, as you can see, only when I grab, it's gonna start. And it's gonna increase our performance. Okay. And when I click here, it's gone. So right now we have the text options and the canvas options. So we are ready to send them to our backend. So I'm gonna come here, close here, and open the create page. Right now, when we click on this button, we are gonna call this function handle submit. And remember, if we edit the image, this button is done. So we are gonna close the editing mode. So I'll say const handle submit. And I'll say if it's editing, set editing will be false. And if not, that means we are sending our form. So let's get all the form data. I'm gonna create a new form data and pass here my form. If you remember, our form is here. To use all the items here, we can use a ref. Let's create. I'll say form ref, use ref hook, and I'm gonna pass it on my form. And right now, since we have unique names for each input, we can get their values using form data. So I'm gonna pass here my form ref dot current, and also we have the media, remember, this file. So I will say form data, and I'm gonna add one more item. Its name will be file, and I'm gonna pass here my file. You can give here any name you want. Let's say media. What else we can add? We can also add our image settings, because when we edit our image, we are gonna send our options to backend, and using those options, we are gonna actually edit our image and upload. So I'm gonna add one more item, text options, and pass here my text options. Let's import. Text options and canvas options. Use editing. Okay, right now we can make our request. I'll say try catch. If there is any error, we can show it here. And let's say response await. Of course, it should be async. API request. Let me import quickly. Just like that. And it's gonna be a post request. I'm gonna write here my endpoint pins. And I'm gonna pass my data, which is form data. And also we are gonna pass one more thing here. Since we are sending a file inside our form data, we should add here a header. And the content type will be multipart form data. Let's see. And since we are using a file, we should accept that on our backend. By default, Express doesn't handle multipart form data. To solve this problem, I'm gonna open my console, and on the backend, I'll say npm install express file upload. After doing that, we can add our middleware. Let's open our index file. Import from express file upload and file upload. Let's use it here. And that's all. Right now we can take multipart form data requests. So let's create our route. I'm gonna open my pin route, create one more item here. It's gonna be a post request. And let's say create pin. And to create pin, we have to be authenticated first. So I will say verify token. Let's add this function here. Save and let's create. Export const create pin. Async function will get the request, will return a response. And firstly, let's get our item from the request body. Remember, we have the title, description, link, board, tags, text options, and canvas options from request and body. And also we have the file. So I'll say media request.files.media. Remember, its name is media. And let's write our condition. We are going to verify our form inputs. So I will say if title, description, or media doesn't exist, we can return an error, response status 400. And I'm going to write my message here. All fields are required. And of course, to get the text options and canvas options, we have to stringify them first. Just like that. And we can transform them into an object using JSON parse. So I will say parsed text options, JSON parse, and text options. And if it doesn't exist, we can pass here an empty object string. So it's gonna return an empty object. We are not gonna have any options. And here is gonna be canvas options. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna pass all my inputs here. I'll save, open my console. Our backend is here. Let's choose a file. description, link, we can choose any board. Of course, we are going to add our own boards here, but we can handle this later. And I'm going to add here some tags. Tag 1, tag 2. And on the backend, we are going to separate them using this comma. I'm going to publish. And they are here. We can also see our options and file. So I'll say media. Since it's an object, we can use console.dir, canvas options, and text options. Let's add a text, color, font size. I'll say done. Again, I'll say tag 1. I'm gonna send. And right now, we have all the form inputs. We have here our image, the image name, and its data. And after that, we can see our text options and canvas options. Okay, but there is something important here. Since we are using here a small image, remember the width is fixed and it's 375 pixels, but our original image is bigger. That means if I choose here any initial point, this top and left, and the coordinate of this point will be smaller than the original image. So for example, if our point is left 10, top 10, and if the original image is twice bigger than this image, the point should be 20 to 20. So we have to calculate this point first. If you want to, you can do this on the client, but let's do it on the backend. So I can remove them. Firstly, I'm gonna get the sizes of my image. To do that, we are gonna need one more library, npm install and sharp. Let's install, import sharp from sharp. It's one of the most popular libraries, and it allows us to get the image information. So I'll say metadata, await, sharp, and we are going to pass here our media and its data. And we want to get all the metadata of our image, just like that. And let's see what we have inside. Okay. Let's fix this, by the way. And also we will apply the canvas options. Remember, we can change the size and its orientation. To do that, again, we are going to need the original orientation. So let's say const original orientation. If the metadata dot width smaller than its height, it's going to be portrait. If not, it's going to be landscape. Let's also get the original aspect ratio, width divided by height. And right now we can calculate our width and height. Let's define them here. We can also get the aspect ratio from the client. Remember, we have the size name here. Basically, we can split this string. The first one will be the width and the second one will be the height. But remember, we also have here the original option, so we can also calculate this. Let's say client ratio. And I will say if the canvas options dot size doesn't equal original, it's gonna be canvas option dot size. By the way, it's gonna be parse canvas option, of course. We are going to get its size. We are going to split this string. To do that, we are going to be using this colon on the middle. If I split them, it's going to return two items in an array. The first one will be the width and the second one will be the height. So we can write here colon. The first one is width. And if I say divided by the second one, it's going to give our ratio. Just like that. But what about the original? So I will say else, and we will say if the parse canvas options orientation equals the original orientation, we can directly use this original aspect ratio. If not, it's going to be the opposite. What do I mean by that? If the orientation equals the original orientation, that means we don't have to change anything. So I will say client aspect ratio will be the original one, but if not, the client aspect ratio will be 1 divided by the original aspect ratio. Why we are doing this? Because remember, again, if it's already a landscape, we are not going to change anything, but if I say portrait, the height should be bigger than the width, so it's going to be the opposite. So right now we have the client aspect ratio. So we can define our width and height. In any case, the width will be the original width, but we are just going to change the height using this ratio. So I will say the width will be metadata.width and the height will be metadata.width divided by the client aspect ratio. So right now, using this value, we can upload our image. To do that, we are going to be using ImageKit. Let's open our terminal and I'll say npm install ImageKit because we can also use it on our backend. By the way, you can directly upload your files on the client side. Let's open the documentation again. I'll choose React and upload files. And here, only thing you should do is create an ImageKit instance on your backend and create a route. And whenever you try to upload a file on your client side, you are going to make a request to this endpoint. It's going to verify the client request, so nobody else can be able to upload a file. And after doing that, on your React application, you are going to be using ImageKit upload component here. Of course, you should wrap this with this ImageKit context. You are going to pass your public key endpoint, and here is going to be our authenticator function. It basically makes a request to our endpoint. After the verification, it's going to return a token, and using that token, it's going to automatically upload your files. But in this tutorial, we are going to upload our files on the backend. So we can choose Node.js here. Let's scroll down, file upload, and again, we are going to create our ImageKit instance, but this time we can directly use this upload function. We are going to pass our file name, and the best thing is we can apply all the transformations when we upload a file. We can add our overlay texts, we can change the sizes, we can rotate our image, and tons of different image manipulations. And you can transform your images before uploading and after uploading. So if you use pre, it's going to apply all the changes before uploading your file. If you choose post, it's going to transform your images after your file is already on your library. I'm going to choose pre. We are going to apply all the changes, and after we are going to upload. Let's do that. I'm going to create my instance, ImageKit. Let's import ImageKit from ImageKit. Let's use it. New ImageKit instance, and we are going to pass here our public key, private key, and the URL endpoint. Let's add them to our env file. I will say public key, private key, and endpoint. Let's find them again. I'm going to open my dashboard, scroll down and find the developer options. This is our endpoint. This is our public key and the private key. Okay, let's use them here. Process env. Public key, private key, and URL endpoint. So I will come here and write imagekit.upload. We are going to pass here our data. So I will say media.data. We can give our file name. Let's use the original name, media.name. You can also choose any folder here. So when we upload our pins, it's gonna upload it to pins folder. Remember, in our library, we have the pins folder. We can upload them here. Let's actually test it first. And for the transformation, we are gonna be using pre option and pass here our transformation string. Before applying our changes, let's see how it works. Again, I'm gonna open the documentation and let's choose the transformations. And here, you already know how to add width and height. We are gonna write here our transformation string and we can give any width and height we want. Let's test one of our image. For example, this one. Let's open. I'm gonna copy and open here. And right now, I'm gonna change its width and height. So I'm gonna come here. After our endpoint, I'll say transformation and the transformation string. If I enter, as you can see, it crops our image. The width and height is 300. What else we can do? We can add overlays. We can add here any image or a text. Let's try to add a text. As you can see, we are going to create a text layer. We'll pass here our input, which is our text. And after, we are going to add our layer. Let's try. I'm going to create a new transformation. Actually, we can combine them. So I will say, after this size, I'm going to add a comma. We are going to add a text. Let's say Lama Dev. And end our layer. I'm going to enter. And as you can see, our text is here. And we can also change its position, its color, its font size. Let's see how we can use it. And all the options are here. We can increase its font size. We can add a color. We can add a background color. And all the other options you can use. Let's come back. And inside this layer, I'll say color, and it's gonna be any color. We can use font size, let's say 100. We can change the coordinates. So I will say LX, it's gonna start from 0, LY, and it's gonna be 0. And we are gonna end our layer. And of course, you don't have to use this hashtag. You can directly use your hex code. Actually, let's make this smaller. Enter. And as you can see, it's here. From 0 to 0. So this is how we can manipulate our images using transformation strings. And what about resizing? Let's see the resize and crop. As you already know, when we give a width and height, it's gonna crop our image, but we can apply different strategies. Let's scroll down. And if we use path resize crop strategy, as you can see, instead of cropping our image, it's gonna create a canvas here and center our image. Let's try. If I use cm path resize, and enter, this time we can see the original orientation of our image. It's a vertical image, but since we use 300 to 300, instead of cropping our image, it's gonna create a new canvas. And it's awesome because this is what we actually need here. For the horizontal images, we are just gonna change the canvas. But if the orientation is landscape, we are gonna crop our image. So let's create our transformation string and apply them here. So I will say const transformation string. Firstly, I'm gonna give my width and height. We already created them. And I'm gonna write here my condition. I'll say if the original aspect ratio, let me close this menu by the way, if the original one is bigger than client aspect ratio, we are gonna be using cm path resize. If not, it's gonna be empty. And also we can change our background color. Parse canvas options dot background color. But remember, we are not gonna be using hashtag. We'll just pass here our code. So let's remove the first character, which is hashtag. So I will say substring and remove the first one. Let me actually break from here so we can see better. And after that, we are gonna check if we have the text or not. So I will say parse text options. And if there is a text inside, we are gonna be using a text layer. We are gonna pass here our text input, which is text options.text. And I'm gonna give my font size. Again, text options.font size. And I'm gonna add my position on the left. But as I said, we have to recalculate our text position for the original image. So let's calculate it here. I'll say const text left position. I'm gonna be using math round parse text option dot left image width and divided by 375. And what about the top position? Again, math round, we are gonna use the top position. This time it's gonna be multiplied by the height. And this height will be dynamic because remember, only width is fixed. It's always 375. But when it comes to height, we are gonna be using our canvas height. Just like that. I know here is a little bit complicated, but if you try to calculate by yourself, you are gonna understand better. So I'm gonna pass it here. And the Y position, just like that. And we can also add our color, text options.color. And again, I'm gonna remove the hashtag, just like that. And we can end our layer. And if the parse text option.text doesn't exist, we are just gonna return an empty string. I hope everything is correct. I'm gonna pass it here. If I didn't make any comma mistake, it should be correct. Let's try. after uploading, I'll say then it's going to return a response. I'm going to be using here async because after uploading, we are going to send it to our database. But before, let's see what's inside. I'll say response. Let's make this dir so we can see our object. And I will say if there is an error, firstly console log, and after send to response. Status, let's say 500, JSON, and error. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh my page, choose an image. Let's add a text. I'll just say hi, move it here, change the color, change this font size, and for the canvas, let's make this portrait and change the background color. Just like that. I'll say done, test. I'm gonna send. Let's open our console. Okay, we have an error here. Substring is not a function because I'm using here a capital letter. Let's fix that. Just like that. And if everything is okay, let's just return a response. 201 JSON, and let's say okay for now. I'll save and publish. And as you can see, data is okay. Right now we can see our image. Let's open our console, and as you can see, it's here. Let's copy this and paste it here, and perfect. This is what we want. By the way, this font size is smaller. To prevent this, let's multiply this by 2 or 2.1. Let's try again. I'm gonna add a new image. Let's choose this one. Add a text. I'm gonna move it somewhere here. And for the canvas, let's use 1:1. I'm gonna send, come back. Let's open. And awesome. It works. So right now we can add this image to our database. Let's close this terminal, and after the successful upload, I'll say new pin, await, pin model, and create. And inside I'm gonna pass my fields. The user will be request user ID. Remember, that comes from JWT verification. We have the title, description, link. If it exists, we are gonna use it. If not, it's gonna be null. I will do the same thing for the board. And for the tags, I'll say if it exists, we are gonna split all the items inside this string. Remember, we are adding comma, and we are gonna split them using this comma. And we are gonna add each item to our tags array. So I'll say tags.split. We are gonna be using comma. And after that, it's gonna return an array. So we can use map. And for each tag inside, I'll say tag.trim. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna return an empty object. We are gonna pass here our media. Remember, the URL is here. We can also use this file path. Let's use this. Response.filePath. And also we are going to need the width and height. And again, inside our response, we have the height and width. Let's use them. And height. And after that, we can return this. Okay. Let's try. By the way, it's gonna be description. I hope everything is alright. I'm gonna send, open my console. Okay, there's an error. Oh, because for the board, we have to pass a board ID, remember? But in our form, it sends this string. To prevent this, I will say value empty string. Later we are going to add here our own boards, but for now, let's try. I'm going to send it again, and data is here. As you can see, our tags are in this array, title, description, our media, its size. Okay, awesome. So using this post ID, we can be navigated to single post page. So I will say there is a response. Use the navigate hook and send user to pin response data and ID. Let's see again. I'm gonna publish and it's here. And right now, since we are uploading our own images, instead of source, we can use path. Let's open the post page. And it's gonna be path. This is for avatar. This is for the image. And awesome. For the gallery, we can do exactly the same thing. Right now, gallery item, and here is gonna be path. And of course, it's not gonna show the other posts, but we don't need them anymore. So what we can do here is we can create a new database. So instead of llama pin, let's say llama pin production. I'm gonna save, refresh the page. As you can see, we don't have any post. Of course, we have to create a new user. Let's register. And now I'm gonna add a new one. Publish. And it's here. If I visit my homepage, you are gonna see that there is only one image. Okay, awesome. So right now, let's take care of the like and save buttons. I can close everything here. And we can also close this one. And now I will come back, close everything. And let's open our interaction component. If you remember, we used here our image, but instead of this, we are going to be using our SVG code because when we like this post, we are going to change its color. To do that, let's open our menu. Inside the public and general folder, you are going to see this React SVG. Let's open and copy and paste it here. I'm gonna close this menu, save, and it's here. By the way, we can add here cursor pointer. Let's open the CSS. And for the image, and SVG, we are going to be using pointer. Okay. So right now we can get the post ID from the parent and check if we already like this post or not. And we can do the same thing for this button. So I will say post ID. Let's open our post page. And where is our component? Here. And I will say post ID equals this ID. Okay. So I'm gonna be using useQuery hook. Is pending error and data useQuery. And inside I'm gonna pass my query key. And let's say interaction check. And also we'll pass here our unique post ID. So whenever we change our like or save, we are gonna refetch our data. Let's import useQuery. Then stack React query. And let's write our query function. I'll say API request. It's gonna be a GET request. The endpoint will be pins interaction check. And pass here the post ID. And after that, we are gonna get the response and return data. Let me import API request from utils API request. And let's see our data. So let's quickly create our like model and save model. So I will say like model.js. Let's copy one of them and paste and change the name, like schema, the like collection name, and the schema here. And inside, we are going to have the pin ID. So here is going to be the pin model. It should be required. And here is going to be the user. So when we click here, we are going to be using the post ID here and our user ID here. So when we check if we already like this post or not, we can do it using these fields. Let's do the same thing for the save. I'm gonna paste, change here. It's gonna be exactly the same. I'm not gonna change anything. And let's create our endpoint. It's gonna be a GET request, interaction check. We don't have to be authenticated. I'm gonna delete here. And let's write our function. Let's create export const interaction check async function request response, and we are going to get the ID. Remember, it's inside the params. And here, firstly, I want to check my token. Okay, we don't have to be authenticated to see this button and this button. But if we are not authenticated, we are going to return is liked false, is saved false. So I will say const token request cookies dot token. And also we are going to fetch this like number. So I will say const like count await the like model. Let's import. And count documents. And we are going to pass here the pin ID, just like that. And now I'll say if token doesn't exist, That means we are not authenticated, but we are going to return a response and it's not going to be an error. I will say 200 JSON and we are going to pass the like count. Is liked will be false, is saved will be false. And after that, we can verify our token. Let's import JWT from JSON Web Token. And remember how we verify our token. Let's actually open our verify token function. I'm gonna copy here and paste. If there's an error, again, we are gonna be using this response instead of sending an error. And if everything is okay, we can define our user ID here. And we can check our like. So I will say is liked, await the like model and find one and pass here our condition. The user will be user ID and the pin will be pin ID. That comes from request params. And we will do the same thing for the saves. Is saved. I'm gonna import this also. And it's gonna be exactly the same query. Finally, we can return our response. Status 200. Let's say return. And JSON will be like count is liked and is saved. Of course, they are gonna return our document. So let's say if it exists, it's gonna be true. If it's not, it's gonna be false. And I will do the same thing for is saved. Just like that. Okay. Interaction check. Of course, we are gonna pass here our ID. Interaction check and ID. Interaction check and ID. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna refresh my page, open my console. Okay, it's undefined. This is our comment, post page, user button, but post interaction is undefined. Because we should directly return our request. I will save, refresh, open. And inside this object, as you can see, liked is false, saved is false, and like count is 0. So we can use them here. By the way, if there is an error or pending, we will not return anything. So we will not render our component here. And for this number, I'll say data.LikeCount. I'm gonna change here. If data is saved, I'll say saved. If not, save. And for this like, we are gonna be using fill. And if data is liked, its color will be red, our main red color. If not, it's gonna be none. And here, if data is liked, again, it's gonna be our red color. If not, it's gonna be black. Okay, 0 is here. Right now, when I click on this button, we are gonna mutate our data and send our like to database. So let's create one more route here. And I will say interact and ID. Let's create. export const interact async function request response, and we will get the ID quickly, request.params. And now we are also going to check which type of interaction we are sending. It can be a like or save. And we will send this data inside the body. So I'll say type request body. And I will say if the type equals like, firstly we are going to check if we already liked or not. If we already liked, we are going to delete. If we didn't, we are going to add a new one. Is liked, await, like, and find one. By the way, to like or save a pin, we have to be authenticated first. So I'll say verify token. So we can reach our user ID. Pin will be ID, and the user will be request.userid. And let's write our condition. If it's already liked, we are gonna delete, await like, delete one, and exactly the same data. And if we didn't like before, we are gonna create a new one. Just like that. And finally, if it's not like, if it's a save, we'll do exactly the same thing, but this time it's gonna be is saved. Just like that. And finally, return response status 200, JSON and message, let's say successful. So let's create our mutations. I will come here. Firstly, I'm going to create my function. I'll say async function. We are going to get the post ID and the type. And I will say response await API request. It's going to be a post request. Let's check, by the way, our route. Of course, it's going to be post. We are sending a data. And the endpoint will be pins interact. And pass here the post ID. And inside the body, we are going to send type. Finally, we can return response and data. So let's create our mutation here. To do that, remember, we are going to need a query client because we are going to refetch our data here using this key. Query client, use query client. And I will say mutation, use mutation hook. And inside the mutation function, we are going to pass the ID and type and call our interact function and pass them here. And finally, if everything is alright, we are going to be using query client and invalidate queries and pass here our query key, which is this key. Okay. Let's call this function when we click our buttons. I'll say on click event mutation.mutate and pass here the ID, which is the post ID that comes from the parent, and the type will be like. Of course, inside an object, just like that. Let's do the same thing for this button, but this time it's gonna be save. And let's try. I'm gonna refresh, click, and as you can see, it's red and the number is 1. If I refresh the page, they are still here. What about this? I'm gonna click and perfect. Okay. By the way, for the mutations, you can also use is pending. So we can use here disabled, and I'll say if mutation is pending. And also you can write here saving or whatever you want. I just wanted to show you. So instead of React use optimistic hook, you can directly use mutation is pending. It's much easier. Okay, right now we can add the interaction, we can add a comment. By the way, we can change here again. Perfect. And if you are using source somewhere else, just change them to path. Let's check the user. By the way, you can write here a logic. You can check the user here. If the username equals the current username, you can delete this button. And that's all, I think. We can add a new pin. We can edit. Okay, these work as we expected, but when I click original, it should be vertical. And for this one, again, they work as expected, but when I click original, it should be horizontal. So let's open our options. Okay, if it's not original, we are calling this new height and it works perfectly, but here we should change our logic. So if the original image is vertical and orientation is also vertical, we are going to be using the original aspect ratio. But if it's landscape, we are going to use the opposite. The width will be bigger than the height. And we will do exactly the same thing for the horizontal images. I'm going to refresh the page. If it's horizontal and we choose here horizontal, we are going to be using the original aspect ratio. But if the image is horizontal and we choose here vertical, the height will be bigger. So let's get our original orientation. We are going to check the preview image and its width. If it's smaller than the height, it's going to be portrait. If it's not, it's going to be landscape. And I'll say if the orientation equals portrait and also the canvas option orientation is portrait, and I'm going to write here one more condition. I'll say or, and I'll do the same thing for the landscape. If they both are portrait or landscape, we are going to be using the original aspect ratio, height and width. If not, it's going to be the opposite. And we can do the same thing for the handle orientation click. Let's move this here. And we will use the same thing. I'm just going to copy here. And instead of this new height, let's say let new height. And I'll say if they both portrait and landscape, the new height will be this height, else it's gonna be this height. And of course, we are taking this orientation as a param. So it's gonna be like that. And let's see. I'm gonna choose a vertical one. Okay, they already work. But if I click here as you can see, it's gonna be landscape and portrait. Okay, let's do the same thing for the horizontal image. Landscape and portrait. Okay, awesome. There is no problem. So right now we finished our project. Let's try to build our application and see if there is any problem or not. I'm gonna open my console. Let's close everything here. And for the client, I'll say npm run build. As you can see, there is no problem, but there is a warning here. It says some JavaScript chunks are larger than 500 kilobytes because we are not using code splitting. What I mean by that, let's open our main.js. And as you can see, we import all our files inside the main.js. So it doesn't matter which page we are on, it's always gonna import all of them together. To prevent this, we can use lazy loading. Let's comment them out. And instead of importing them directly, we are gonna use React Lazy and we are gonna import them only when they are needed. For example, when we visit the home page, we are not gonna import any of these pages. Only when I click here, it's gonna import this create page. So I will say const homepage React, let's import and lazy, and inside we'll call import and pass here our path. It's gonna be exactly the same path. Just like that. So we can use our homepage here. And let's do the same thing for the others. By the way, this is not a page. I'm gonna move it here. Let's also move them so you can see better. Create page, post page, and the others. Let's delete the others and change them. Okay, let's see right now. Firstly, I'm gonna check my website. I'm gonna refresh the page. As you can see, nothing has changed. Single page, user page. Okay, awesome. And let's try again. npm run build. And this time, as you can see, there is no warning. And right now we are splitting all our pages. So right now our application is much faster. So we finished our project. If there is any bug or something I forgot creating, you can check the GitHub repository. I will update the completed branch. And that's all. I hope you liked it. If you learned something new today, please like the video. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev's social media accounts. You can support me by joining the channel. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.